Salute. Shout out to everybody out there. Make sure you guys are double tapping that screen, man. It's crazy. A lot of people think that Saturday's events with the attempted assassination of Trump, guys, was staged. Yeah, man. I want y'all to take a second. Everybody in the building, you know what I'm saying? They can hear the sound of my voice. Y'all take a second to double tap that screen on your mobile device. That's how you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new, guys. I did not know that Caroline Leavitt, leading up to the event, kind of shed light on this whole entire situation, guys. Listen to what she says. I'm going to show y'all in a second. Thank you for the gift, Miss Pooh Bear. If you can hear the sound of my voice, make sure you are double tapping that screen. If you have not, that's how you hit the like button. And most definitely, welcome to Everything News, guys. Yeah, I want y'all to listen to Caroline and what she had to say. What's up, Brenda? I see you down there. Listen to Caroline Leavitt before this incident even occurs and what she has to say about what's going to take place today. Well, Saturday at the event, guys.
Is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
Some what? Some what fired tonight? And this is post him giving the speech, guys. Well, post to him, being there, basically getting ready to go in there, guys. She was outside giving an interview where she most definitely spoke this into existence, guys, which has some conspiracy theorists thinking, hey, man, this must be staged.
Everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward
and
to
just
hearing
so you know,
it ain't and you wrote most of it, you said.
Let's get it right up there.
Credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his
What's up, y'all? Shout out to everybody entering the building.
I will tell you, this speech tonight will be
do y'all hear this?
Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room.
There will be some shots fired.
It's going to be really great.
There will be some shots fired tonight. Do y'all hear what she's saying? So y'all know I ain't making this up. She actually said this, guys. She actually said this.
I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
To rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
Some what fired, man? Type it in the chat if y'all heard exactly what she said about what was to take place later on that evening, guys. Y'all know I ain't making this up. I'm putting it on the screen for you so that you're able to hear exactly what Caroline Leavitt had to say about this entire situation before it even happened, guys. She most definitely said there will be what fired, guys, and what did we get as of Saturday, guys. I said it looked staged. I'm just saying, man. You know what I'm saying? Caroline Leavitt, in her own words, basically saying that this situation, what was going to take place during the broadcast.
Night in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
To rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump.
What will it be tonight, Caroline Leavitt? Before it even happened, as you're speaking, what will it be tonight? Make sure you guys are double tapping that screen. Get the likes up. This is from Caroline Leavitt, guys. Before the gunman ever even tried to come into the White House, during her just anticipation, getting everybody else to anticipate what was about to go on, and she said there will be shots fired, guys. Listen.
It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
Wow.
So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
To rumble, is he not?
That is crazy, y'all. One more time.
I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy. I know y'all heard that. I know y'all heard it just like I did about the shots fired. It really took me too. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, wow, I can't believe that she said that. But she said it. She most definitely said there will be shots fired tonight. You know, hold on real quick. I got more. It's a little bit more for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Now, that led people to believe that the whole situation was staged, right? You know what I'm saying? They felt like the whole situation was staged. But there were some other people, you know, who felt a little bit different regarding the situation of the stage, you know, event, and basically went forth to say, hey, man, we can't believe that people are saying that this whole situation was staged. How dare they? Even after we just heard what Caroline Leavitt said. Let's go here.
I'm disturbed by, as we woke up this morning, is seeing folks on the internet say that this was a false flag, that we are basically all in cahoots to say that this was staged. And I think as someone who, for all of us who was in the room, who had to jump on the ground, who had to text our family and friends and tell them that we're okay, calling our moms, like so many people in this country have done for decades, to see people say those kinds of things, it is frustrating and it's disturbing. It shows
hey, cut up, girl.
The issues that we have to try and fix in this country. And I think nothing taught us anything better than, you know, the importance of journalists being on the ground, in the room for moments.
Hold up. Boy, I know you didn't. Stars, I know you didn't call me stupid. Your mama's stupid. How about that? Your sister's stupid. Your daddy's stupid for mating with your mama and making you. That was the stupid decision ever. Hey, let's get Stars right up out my chat. Call me stupid. What I said was conspiracy theorists run with that situation because of what she said. She said there would be shots fired, and there were most definitely shots fired, you know, which led people to believe that this whole situation may be staged. I didn't say that I believed it. I was asking a question, stir. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm stupid, your mama's stupid for having you. How about that?
Of historic significance than last night, us all dropping to the ground, and literally like 5 seconds later, phones up and around so that the American people get a firsthand account of what's happening in a room where the most powerful people, including the president and vice president of the United States, were at.
I saw something that, you know, the false flag, this was staged, is a big thing in MAGA world. But I'm hearing that from on my social media pages from people on the left also thinking that this was staged, that this was a false flag, that this was something being done on purpose. And hearing you speak, Eugene, if it's coming from the right and it's coming from the left, these conspiracy theories, it says to me that there feels to be a lack of trust in this country.
And empathy. One thing that I'm disturbed by,
so it's people out there who believe the thing was staged, and there's also people out there who believe that it was real. I just seen some that felt like the situation was real. Okay, let's go, because it was some other people within this whole situation. I don't know if y'all knew that there was one particular person that was in attendance at this situation, and I can just imagine what was going through her mind at the time when she had to duck out. And that's no other than, hold on, Miss Erica Kirk, guys. Hold up, let's get her up here. You know what I'm saying? She was whisked away in this as well. Say she just want to go home, guys. I just want to go home. Man, y'all know that had to be terrifying for her to lose her husband in such a way and then turn around and have a situation occur again. So she just want to go home, guys. Miss Erica Kirk was most definitely in the I just want to go home. Crazy, guys.
I just want to go find.
So Erica was in the building as well, man. R.I.P. to Charlie Kirk, guys. You know what I'm saying? Very, very, very crazy, situation. And she was most definitely there as well. All right. So as this goes on, there's no bigger critic of Erica Kirk than Candace Owens, guys. And she's been having back and forth with our president, on a regular basis. All right, President Trump took to Truth Social and said that it says, Trump continues to come after Candace Owens by sharing an edited Time magazine cover that says Candace Owens lies, 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 uses rich white men. Oh my goodness. All right, he says Candace Owens stock, which was never very high, has fallen a long way. Her attack on the First Lady of France is despicable. I believe in this case, without verification, she is extremely low IQ individual, guys. And he basically posts a picture, of Candace Owens, and it's not a very flattering picture, but he most definitely posted. All right, let's see what Candace Owens had to say, guys. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Make sure you guys are double tapping that screen. Most definitely double tap your mobile screen of your mobile device. That's how you hit the like button, or you can click the 3 dots in the right hand corner, hit the thumbs up. That's another way to hit the like button, and most definitely subscribe to the channel if you are new. Candace Owens has been very outspoken about this entire situation, guys.
It seems like you can't put together a coherent thought.
And she goes,
let me tell you something, and this is just reality, okay? Going back to just the rules of the jungle, okay? Let all the politicians and advisors around you evaporate for just a moment. Just you and me, ready? People will not fight beside, behind, or for someone who is fundamentally disloyal, okay? If disloyalty and deceit is in your nature, then I highly suggest that you combine it with silence. You can be what you are, but I would advise you do it quietly, Trump, because MAGA is no longer commanded by you, and you know it. You know it.
She said he is no longer in charge.
That is your legacy now. People will see your name on.
She said you in charge of the Epstein people. You one of the Epstein people now.
Buildings, whatever was agreed upon in those boardrooms, Jared Kushner, Trump, Gaza, hotel, whatever you tweeted, so crass. They will see that. You will earn that. It seems like you can't put together a coherent thought.
All right, let's keep going.
And when they see it, they will think about how many children had to die or be raped by men on islands so that you could stick the Trump name upon. And for clarity, Mr. President, that's not my fault. That's not Megyn Kelly's fault. That's not Tucker Carlson's fault. You made that trade. You chose money above respect. And what an absolute shame that you chose to do that toward the end of your life, okay? Because you can't take money and things and stuff with you when you go, just your soul. And you sold yours for what? Another gilded ballroom? And when they see it, they will think about how many children had to die or be raped.
And she wrote a whole book over here, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, they most definitely have been exchanging shots back and forth when it comes to Trump and Candace Owens, as well as Trump and Candace Owens and Erica Kirk. All right, so we got another one, when it comes to this situation that occurred Saturday, with the guy running in with the shotgun, Cole Allen, guys. Trump did an interview. We come to find out that Mr. Allen had a manifesto, and in there he called Trump some very unflattering things, guys. Trump did a 60-minute interview, to where the reporter kind of asked him some of the questions that were, read to him some of the things that were said in that manifesto, and to where Trump did not like it very much and basically insulted the interviewer, guys. Yeah, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Let's pull up, what exactly he had to say. Regarding Trump and what Trump had to say to this lady who was giving the interview, guys. Let's most definitely get those likes up. It's over 400 people in the building. We only got 40 likes. Man, we need 100 ASAP, man. 60 of y'all who haven't hit that like button, double tap that screen. That's how you hit the like button if you're on a mobile device. Or you can click the 3 dots in the right-hand corner, hit that thumbs up, get the likes way up, guys. It helps out the channel.
Called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has.
Trump say you read that crap from a sick person. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for that gift.
Nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead. Let's finish the
you a
interview.
disgrace.
The other thing that he wrote in the other thing in the manifesto, the so-called manifesto was a stunning thing to read, Mr. President.
That's crazy.
He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this quote, administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this, I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that
Let's go, Trump.
From some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I was
these are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead. Let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in the other thing in the manifesto that
Trump don't mind telling them when they are disgraceful, guys. Trump said you shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes anyway. You're disgraceful. You know what I'm saying? He did not like that when it came to this manifesto that the guy basically wrote before he did what he did. Let's get a little bit more into this manifesto, guys, and some of the things it had referenced inside of it. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We should be way up there on the like button, man. Double tap that screen, hit the like button, guys. We also got Cole Allen due to appear in court today. He most definitely got a court hearing scheduled here today in Washington, guys. Shout out to the love. I see that sent 100. Shout out to the gift. Appreciate that. Let's get more into the manifesto, guys, as y'all continue to get these likes up. Double tap that screen if you're on a mobile device or click the 3 dots and hit that thumbs up. Let's get the likes moving, guys. Shout out to everybody that can hear the sound of my voice.
Shooting near the Correspondents' Dinner in Washington. 2 reports from D.C. First, Kayla Gaskins, who was inside the ballroom when the gunman fired, an agent shot back.
The night began as all Correspondents' dinners do. Tuxedos and fancy dresses, a red carpet. This year, extra notable because President Donald Trump attended for the first time in office. Guests had barely touched the salad portion of dinner when chaos and confusion rippled through the ballroom. President Trump and other government officials whisked out of the room by Secret Service and law enforcement. I took this video of the initial moments. Everyone dropped to the floor and took cover under tables or wherever they could.
There's loud booms, crashing sounds, plates, silverware, everything flying all over the place.
After several minutes that felt like hours, the crowd learned the gunman had been apprehended and the coast was clear.
It turned into a night that neither of us thought was going to happen. We'll give you a quick scene setter first. Washington behind us, you can see the guests from the White House Correspondents' Dinner all leaving. There's the first responders. There's the security line.
This was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful.
President Trump has called for the dinner to be rescheduled within the next month. On Sunday afternoon, the president of the White House Correspondents Association, Weijia Zhang, said the board will meet to determine how to proceed, and they'll give updates as soon as any are available. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
And now reaction to the shooting, including from Utah Senator John Curtis, who says, "I am incredibly grateful for the swift and resolute action by law enforcement who bravely protected the president and all those attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner last evening."
And
They say more Trump lies.
Owens also issuing a
Say
statement saying, "God bless President Trump. Acts
a lot
of
of
political
people that feel
violence
that
like
way.
this cannot become normalized. This violence and acts of cowardice cannot continue to happen. I'm grateful to hear the Secret Service member isn't seriously injured."
The suspect, 31-year-old Cole Allen, is a teacher from Torrance, California, south of Los Angeles.
He reportedly wrote a manifesto to his family, and he's been interviewed by LATV. Christine Frizzell reports.
My impression is he was a lone wolf.
He wrote a manifesto, guys.
These are crazy people.
President Donald Trump seemingly unshaken following a gunman in his vicinity for the third time in less than 2 years. This suspect, seen in surveillance video running through a security checkpoint and within moments being captured by law enforcement, is 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen from Torrance, California. He reportedly had a 1,000-word manifesto he sent to his family,
1,000
published
words
in the New York Post, calling himself a, quote, friendly federal assassin, describing his targets as administration officials, not including FBI Director Kash Patel, adding, "I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes."
Wow.
He also mocked the, quote, insane lack of security at the hotel, writing, "I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat."
We have preliminary work into some of his electronic devices.
Yeah, he had this planned out,
of
guys.
Individuals
Yeah,
who knew
yes,
him.
IGT,
It does
he had it
appear
planned
that
out.
he did, in fact, have set out to target folks that work in the administration, likely including the president.
Other revelations so far that the suspect was part of a group called the Wide Awakes and attended a No Kings protest in California, where he
A group called the Wide Awakes, guys. So this could be some kind of terror with the "ist" at the end organization, guys. They say they felt like he acted alone, but he was it seems as he was directed, to do what he did, maybe from the people that he was following. That's crazy.
also was working at an educational counseling and test prep company.
The wheelchair breaks.
Back in 2017, a local ABC station interviewed him
Oh.
about an emergency wheelchair break.
Oh, he was on the news before. There he goes. Wow, you know what I'm saying? That's him. He appeared on the news a while back, guys. It's crazy how things come full circle. Who would have ever thought that this guy, had been in the spotlight before? That's crazy.
ABC station interviewed him.
And he looks to be a mixed guy. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people was questioning his ethnicity. To me, he seems to be a mixed guy. Look at his hair. I think he's a mixed guy, guys. He's mixed.
Station interviewed him about an emergency wheelchair brake he'd invented. The suspect is likely to face multiple charges.
He invented a wheelchair brake. That's what he said. They talked to him about a wheelchair brake that he had invented. So he's an inventor, guys, or was.
Local ABC
he in
station
jail now.
interviewed him about an emergency wheelchair brake he'd invented. The suspect is likely to face multiple charges and is expected to be arraigned on Monday in federal court in Washington, D.C.
All right, so which today is Monday. He would most definitely be in court today, guys. All right, so Here are some of the latest in breaking, when it comes to news on what's going on exactly, with this guy, guys. Let's go here for the latest in breaking information. Shout out to everybody. Have we reached 100 likes yet, man? We should be well over 100 likes. I done gave y'all some good stuff already, and the show just started. We got a lot more to go. Let's get the likes up, man. Don't sit around and wait for somebody else to do what you can do yourself. Simply double tap that screen if you're on a mobile device, or click the 3 dots and hit that thumbs up, guys. I can't express how much it helps out the channel if y'all hit the like button. Shout out to everybody in attendance. Let's get to the latest in breaking when it comes to this whole entire situation.
Suspected gunman is scheduled to be arraigned today on at least 2 charges. President Trump posted this surveillance video of what appears to be the shooting suspect. We saw him there running through a security checkpoint. This is outside of the ballroom of the Washington Hilton Hotel, above where so many people were gathered. The sound of gunshots could be heard by dinner attendees inside, prompting some to run and duck under tables.
I know this had to be intense for the people that were there, guys. It was just crazy that Caroline Leavitt said there would be shots fired, and there was literally shots fired.
A law enforcement source tells CBS News at least 6 shots were fired before the suspect was pinned down. President Trump, the First Lady, the Vice President, and other senior members of his administration were all safely evacuated. Yesterday, the president discussed the shooting with 60 Minutes contributing correspondent Nora O'Donnell, who was also at the event.
What happened is it was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening, and I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on. And by that time, we started to realize maybe it was a bad problem, different kind of a problem, bad one. We were asked to go down by the agents as I was walking. In other words,
hey, Leticia,
I was standing up, pretty much. I was standing up and then turned around the opposite direction and started pretty much walking out. It was about halfway there, and they said, "Please go down to the floor. Please go down."
Trump giving his account of what took place, guys.
So did the First Lady.
Now, CBS News has compiled this moment-by-moment timeline of the incident using information from authorities and eyewitnesses. You see right there, at 8:34 local time, the security checkpoint was breached. 4 seconds later, a rapid fire of gunshots was heard. Security rushed into the ballroom around 7 seconds after that, and President Trump was evacuated before the clock hit 8:35 p.m. The president posted photos on social media showing the suspect on the floor of the hotel after being detained. He has been identified as Cole Allen, a 31-year-old from California. Police say he was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and knives. He allegedly wrote he was targeting Trump administration officials in what investigators are calling a manifesto. Weijia Zhang, our CBS News senior White House correspondent and the president of the White House Correspondents Association, was sitting next to President Trump when the shots were fired. She discussed the shooting on Face the Nation.
When I heard something in the audience, I thought it was a protester or something we're very used to. But then when I saw SWAT team members come to the head table and rush us to the ground and say, down, 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 we were crawling off the stage.
CBS News White House reporter Olivia Rinaldi is following this for us. Olivia, I believe you were there, and interestingly, you were also in Butler, Pennsylvania during an assassination.
If you're new, make sure you subscribe to the channel, guys.
First, wanting to check on how you are and what it was like for you to experience this over the weekend.
Well, thank you for asking. I'm doing okay. Unfortunately, due to that first experience that I had in Butler, Pennsylvania, I knew pretty quickly that those were gunshots that were fired. We were seated at tables very close to the doors and very close to the stairs in which the shooting had occurred, or at least where the shots were fired as this individual tried to make his way down to the ballroom. What I heard were about 3 to 4 shots. We immediately got to the ground. If you're an avid watcher of CBS News, you know Sam Vinograd, our national security expert, was seated at my table, and she immediately knew what to do in the security protocol. We all got under the table and tried to keep quiet because you really don't know in that situation if there is more than one individual, and specifically what is going on outside of the room, especially as you're hearing security go through the galley kitchen, going through the aisles, as you heard Nancy say, and trying to just clear the area, make sure everything is safe. Shortly after,
I know
did
they had to be
smell
terrifying,
what was
guys.
the gunpowder from the guns that were fired, and so we knew.
Real or not real to the people who were just in attendance, guys, and just heard this pop off, had nothing to do with nothing, and I'm not saying anybody did. I know this had to be terrifying, though.
Pretty quickly what this was and just the magnitude and the scale of it.
Hey,
There
no
were about
love.
500 people in that ballroom, including the president. And my first thought was, looking to the dais and making sure that officials and people like Ouija and other members of the board were safe and taken care of. And then you just get right to work, which is what we did. People taking video, trying to, make sure it was secure to leave. And then once we left, getting to the bureau and making sure we had the right pieces in place, especially as the president went on to do that press conference. So a lot of moving parts, but I am extremely proud of the way our colleagues just jumped into action. It was extraordinary to watch, and I'm glad that no one was hurt.
Look, we always appreciate your reporting, but specifically under these circumstances, everybody getting right back to work. What else are we learning about the shooting from the president as he speaks about it on 60 Minutes?
Well, he spoke at length about what the experience was like up there on the dais. He told our Nora O'Donnell that he didn't make it easy for the Secret Service as they were trying to move him, which also reminded me of Butler as they were trying to take him off the stage, and he kept pausing to yell "fight" and put his fist up in the air as they were trying to cover him and get him.
He in there
into the
yelling
motorcade.
"fight"
He
as
said
they
he wasn't
trying to
making
get
it
him away.
easy for
Trump
them.
so
But also
dramatic.
talking about the First Lady's experience, that's what really struck me.
Thank you
was
for the thumbs
fact
up,
that
no love.
She was there, and you could see in her face just how terrified she was in that moment when you heard the gunshots and you see her say, "What happened?" Because we know, and people I've spoken to who are close with her had talked to me about the fact that security is just one of those things that she is just absolutely focused on, that she's, it's terrifying to see what has happened in multiple assassination attempts at this point to President Trump, and just the focus that she has on keeping herself and her son safe, especially.
Please
President Trump
spell your
said,
cuss words in the chat, guys. All opinions are welcome. Just make sure you keep it, censored a little bit. Misspell your cuss words in the chat if you don't mind.
Had, of course, he had been through this a couple of times, but it was her first time being there. Take a listen to what he told Nora O'Donnell on 60 Minutes last night.
I've been through this before a couple of times, and
Say you've been through it before, guys.
To this extent, she handled it great. I mean, she's very strong, smart. She got it. She knew what was happening. She listened. We went to a hold room for a while, and I tried to get them to continue the event if possible.
You wanted to go back in.
I did. I really did.
Why would you want to go back in
The
there,
president wanted
man?
to go back in and deliver his speech, but ultimately it just wasn't safe at that point. And
He said he wanted to
especially
go
after
back
everything that had
in.
occurred, it was better for them to go back to the White House, where the president did give a press conference. He has said that he would like the show to go on, for the dinner to be rescheduled. It has not been rescheduled yet, though. Errol?
Yeah, we'll speak with Ouija later this hour to see what her planning and thinking is after this. Olivia Rinaldi, thank you so much. Anna Schechter is the head of the CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit, and she joins us now in the studio to put together what we know. Anna, good morning. What are we learning about the suspect?
Yeah, man, I hate the devil on the real. I don't like devils either.
To be the one releasing information so quickly after the incident.
Well, this is an interesting question. First, I'll take the first part. We've learned quite a bit. This is a person who was highly educated, went to Caltech, studied engineering, got his master's, worked at a tutoring company, had been working with students as recently as a couple of weeks ago. And the people that we've spoken to, they are shocked. They saw no signs of this. But we did learn that his sister, who was interviewed after the incident, did talk about radical rhetoric, and those are her terms, or at least what officials.
They interviewed Cole Allen's sister, guys, and it seems that she has some of the same views that he has. Yeah, so they talked to his sister, guys. She got interviewed, and she was spewing some of the same rhetoric that he believes in. That's crazy.
Have told us, talked about how he needed to do something to fix the current state of affairs. And my review of his online presence, to me, what I see is somebody who spent a lot of time exposed to social media, exposed to content through a specific lens. And essentially, there was radicalization that happened that way, that he would think that he was justified in taking a train from California to Washington armed with knives.
Justified. That is not justified, sir.
And target administration officials in order of highest ranking to lowest in terms of who was top on his list.
And the president was quick to release security camera footage. The administration,
right
through
there on
sources,
Truth Social,
provided the manifesto. How is that different than some?
And he wrote it down, man.
Well, usually it will take hours or days.
What's going on with these people doing these crimes and then writing them down? He wrote them down, guys. Like he wrote a manifesto and said what exactly he did and what his mind state was. That's crazy. They be writing manifestos. Wow.
Is before there's a trickle of information. I think what happened here is you had FBI agents, you had senior DHS officials who are in charge of these investigations in the same hotel as all of these national security reporters. So that's one, the proximity to information. Number two, he was staying in the hotel room, so they could very quickly, immediately get that warrant, get in the hotel room, look at his device where he had actually scheduled to send an email to his family, which CBS News obtained early in the day yesterday, and we reviewed it.
The news has the email he planned to send to his family, guys. He was staying in the same hotel to where they was having this dinner. That's how he was able to be there in the first place. No criminal history. Was a teacher or something like that, I hear. And just went crazy, guys.
Was essentially writing why he was doing this. So they had a lot of information right away. You had a lot of reporters.
He gave himself away.
In very close proximity to the people who had that information.
Nora O'Donnell, as we've mentioned, spoke with the president on 60 Minutes last night about the suspect's alleged writings. Here's just a clip of that piece.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive.
And that's what I just showed.
He
This is the
writes
same
this,
clip
quote,
I just showed y'all.
Administration officials, they are targets. And he also wrote this: I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people. Horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
But, do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile.
Trump didn't like
That
that.
crap from some sick person.
He didn't like that.
I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me.
So that was one excerpt of this so-called manifesto. What else?
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
Hell, yeah, well, she most definitely read it, and Trump most definitely didn't like it.
What are we learning about the potential motive?
Well, he's had the manifesto was sectioned off into different sections. First, he's apologizing to his family and friends. He's kind of chipper, ironic, making light almost of this horrible, horrific, violent act that he's planning to carry out. Then he had he listed objections to why he might, and then he had rebuttals to that. Even one mentioning his faith as a Christian, and he's saying, well, no one is picking up the slack. He referenced that he's of mixed race. And that
mixed race.
It's important for him to do it because nobody else is. So that's really, it's just awful, crazy language, kind of peppered with seemingly coherent arguments for why he was doing. But I think what the president is reacting to is that why are you reading the ravings of a bad man who just tried to open fire at the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
Trump didn't like that.
Point taken. I think Nora was just trying to let him respond to this manifesto. That's what officials are calling it. I do think that we shouldn't lend too much credence to the justifications given by this individual when his own family was concerned about radical rhetoric.
Yeah, and you and I have had this discussion so many times. It's so challenging to make sense of what is senseless. Anna Schechter, will stay close to your reporting. Thanks so much.
All right, so you're hearing things about the manifesto and Trump's, feelings on it, but we haven't heard the entire thing because it's on 60 Minutes and they be tripping. But the news most definitely, if you watch enough channels, you can pretty much get everything you need to know. Here goes another couple of scenes. Thank you, Money Mo, from this interview on 60 Minutes that Trump just recently did, talking about this whole situation where he says a little bit more than the things that we've been hearing already.
Watching Saturday night, we're just glad no one was hurt. Major, you were there.
I was there.
We're going to talk about that.
Absolutely.
And that's where we're going to begin with the attack targeting top.
Calling the Teflon done. Okay.
Correspondents' dinner. Take a look at this video because we see the alleged attacker running very quickly through the.
He was running breakneck speed, guys. How he managed to stay alive is beyond me. Now, I did see a report somewhere at first when they said that the gunman was unalived, but then when I kept watching, they were saying that he was alive, and then they put the picture out of him being alive. But the initial report said that he was unalive. Hey, guys, if you don't mind, double tap that screen. That's how you hit the like button on your mobile device, or click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, man. And make sure you're subscribing to the channel if you are new. We on the road to 63K subscribers. We need all the subscribers we can get. So subscribe, guys, and hit that like button.
Washington Hilton Hotel on Saturday. He was tackled just outside the ballroom where 2,500 people were attending that event. President Trump and the First Lady were there. The Secret Service quickly evacuated them. The suspect, we have learned, is a teacher from Los Angeles, a Los Angeles suburb, Torrance it's called, with no previous criminal record.
This morning, we will have stories from CBS News journalists who were in the room. They include Nora O'Donnell, who spoke with the president about the security breach in an exclusive interview for 60 Minutes.
It looked chaotic. At one point, you were down. What was happening?
Well, what happened is it was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening, and I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on. And by that time, we started to realize maybe it was a bad problem, different kind of a problem.
Trump in his own words, guys.
And different than what would be normal noise from a ballroom, which you hear all the time. And I was surrounded by great people. And I probably made them act a little bit more slow. They said, wait a minute, let me see, wait a minute. So, I'm telling guys.
Just at that moment where it looks like you go sort of down with the service, you were telling them to wait.
Well, I know what happened is then I started walking with him. I started walking, and then said, please go down on the floor. So I went down, and First Lady went down also, but we were asked to go down by the agents as I was walking. In other words,
They wanted you almost to crawl
I was
out.
standing up, pretty much. I was standing up and then turned around the opposite direction and started pretty much walking out, pretty tall, a little bent over because I'm not looking to be standing too tall. And, but I was walking out. It was about halfway there. And they said, please go down to the floor. Please go down to the floor. So I dropped to the floor, so did the First Lady.
Because I'm going to tell y'all this. I was watching it live, guys, and I replayed it for a couple of y'all that night, when it took place, how Trump was unaware that that was even going on. I don't even think he heard the shots when they were fired because he was having a conversation. Looks like with Melania and maybe one of the waiter guys that was there, but he had his head turned talking to them, and then all of a sudden Secret Service rushed up and started jumping in front of him, and I don't even think he was aware of what was going on at that time. What's up, lovely star? But yeah, man, this is Trump in his own words.
What was your thought at that moment? What did the First Lady say?
Well, my thought was, I've been through this before a couple of times. And,
thank you for the gift.
She has not, to this extent. She handled it great. I mean, she's very strong, smart. She got it. She knew what was happening.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes
Those controversial words once again.
They are targets.
Trump didn't like this when she read that. She knew
I'm
better.
no longer willing to permit a pedophile
She read it though.
and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I was
these are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead. Let's finish the interview.
Nora O'Donnell joins us now. Nora, it's a question you had to ask the president.
That's right. And I think the president's responses were certainly newsworthy. In fact, within the first minute of our interview, he brought up this so-called manifesto by the alleged gunman. And these are important questions about what happened and why it happened. The president told us he thought that the gunman was a lone wolf. But there are real questions about the state of America, political violence and extremism. What is driving that? That certainly was part of our conversation last night. In that manifesto, he signs it friendly federal assassin.
She was a
all of
disgrace.
this is part of the reason that as soon as this attack happened on Saturday night, Major, you and I were not far from each other. Why we at 60 Minutes and CBS News immediately began emailing the White House and asking for an interview with the President of the United States to find out what he knew, what he was being briefed on, and to get that information and share that as quickly as possible. This could have been the third attempted assassination against President Trump within 2 years. As you know, there were so many high-level cabinet officials there. And so that was part of the discussion. One other area that I asked him about, Major, is what is developing online right now and these unfounded theories about that this attack was staged. Listen to what he said.
Here go him on stage. A lot of y'all been saying this whole thing is set up. Trump, did this. He was just trying to, win the election again. Allegedly, is what y'all been saying. Well, he most definitely spoke to the stage situation. He spoke on it. Let's hear what he had to say. He spoke on it.
Theories out there on the left and the right that the event was staged or that it didn't happen.
Last night didn't happen?
That it was because it was your first time there, or that Butler didn't happen. These conspiracy theories that are gaining traction on the internet.
October 7th didn't happen, and World War II didn't happen, and the Holocaust didn't happen, and many things didn't happen. Yeah, no, I hear it. I don't know. I think they're more sick than they are con people, but there's a lot of con in it too. I haven't heard that last night didn't happen. Usually it takes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Usually they wait about 2 or 3 months to start saying that.
Now,
they didn't wait this time. They was on as soon as it happened.
He will return to this dinner if it can be scheduled within the next 30 days. He said he's busy, but this is an important dinner, Major, as you know. It is for the White House Correspondents Association that through Republican and Democratic administration presses the president and their administration for press access. That's important. The president did appear after the attack to be more unified sort of in his voice, and he certainly was very reflective in our interview as well. Major?
Thank you, Nora, very much.
It's crazy, guys. Crazy situation, but like I said, he's most definitely due in court today. All right, so a lot of people are like, how did he manage to run past the security? You know what I'm saying? Or how was the security out there so fast? A little bit on the security, at the White House that day, guys. You know what I'm saying? Let's get into this one.
DC, where Doug Lazader joins us with the latest on the shooting. Doug.
Good morning. The accused gunman is expected to face 2 federal charges for now in what is just the latest close call for the president. Here's what we know. about the suspect, identified as 31-year-old Cole
Cole
Allen
Allen.
of California. He ran past a Secret Service checkpoint allegedly in the hotel lobby and was apprehended unharmed. Investigators say he was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and a number.
Cole Allen, age 31, ties to address in Torrance, California, charged Secret Service checkout point and lobby area of Washington Hilton, was not struck by gunfire when apprehended. Now, I know when we watched that video, I most definitely seen those agents, discharge their weapon. It was like 5 of them, 6 of them. How did he not get hit? Let me know how he didn't get hit when he was running with a shotgun full speed past some people and they popped at him and he didn't get hit. He didn't get hit. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives, guys. DC police believe suspect was guest at Washington Hilton site of WHCD event, guys. Yeah, 31 years old, no criminal record, guys. Ran right past the Secret Service and did not get hit. Man, you got to hit the like button for that. You know what I'm saying? You most definitely got to hit the like button for that. How did you not get hit, buddy? You ran by about 7 or 8 of them out there. Guns drawn, firing shots. Double tap that screen if you have not, guys, on your mobile device, or click the 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, man. Subscribe to the channel if you're new, man. But he ran past all those Secret Service and didn't get hit. Wow.
Number of knives, and that he was he was a guest at the Washington Hilton, which has played host to this dinner for decades. Now, in federal court today, we expect at least 2 initial charges: using a firearm during a crime of violence and assault on a federal officer with a dangerous.
You got to man, listen. That's a miracle. He ran right by him and didn't even get hit, guys. That's a miracle. Drop a 1 if you think that at least 1 bullet should have touched him out of 8 people firing their weapons. Drop a 1. Drop a 2, just drop a 1. Everybody drop a 1 in the chat. That's mind-boggling. You run past and it was like 6 shots. Y'all remember they say we heard 3 or 4 pops or whatever, whoop-de-whoop. I think the gunman only shot like once and he had a shotgun. The rest of them was from the officers that was there supposed to be securing everything, and he ran right past them and had to run a little bit more and did not get hit. Either he Carl Lewis or that was a miracle, man. I don't think a lot of us would have made it. These are highly trained officers now. These ain't, you know what I'm saying, your mall cops. These are FBI, Secret Service, top trained. And then nobody hit him. No, not a one time. Wow.
Weapon, and of course a Secret Service agent was struck in his bulletproof vest, saved by that vest though. A Washington Post report, meantime, questioned security at the event. When so many officials gather in one place for official functions, such as an inauguration or a State of the Union address, the Secretary of Homeland Security, it typically puts the Secret Service in charge of coordinating all security through a formal designation known as National Special Security Event. There was no such delegation on Saturday night. Now, this follows a number of security incidents for the president. In July of 2024, there was the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Months later, another attempt at Trump International Golf Club in Florida. And then, of course, Saturday's dinner here in Washington. Now, President Trump says this all bolsters his case for a new White House.
Now, I'm not saying it was staged.
For the
Don't get it wrong.
Rescheduled
Get it twisted.
in the next 30 days.
What I'm saying is it's crazy how not one bullet hit the suspect, not one time.
FBI Special Agent John
out of 6 agents.
Thank you so much for joining us. A
7
lot to
agents.
get
I have
to
a many
here
of
with
them
you.
in
And I want to start out with event security, because the Wall Street Journal is quoting a guest who attended the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and he pointed out what he perceived as the lack of security in entering the hotel. This quote says they could enter the hotel by simply showing a dinner ticket or a copy of an invite to one of several pre-dinner receptionists. The tickets were reviewed by staff, but weren't scanned, and there was no further identification checks. What needs to change even now to keep this president safe?
Well, according to what you just told me, they need to
This
add
is
security.
the moment when the Secret Service came. He was talking. This is what I was telling y'all before too. I'm glad they, you know what I'm saying, went there with it. But yeah, right here he was talking. He having a conversation with whoever this is right here. You know, they go the waiter dude, Trump. You know, he talking over here, and he has no idea that any shots were fired. He didn't hear it. The Secret Service just rushed up there.
Well, according to what you just told me, they need to add security. I mean, that's basically sounds like they had no security at that. I don't know who's
something was going on, sir.
The Secret Service, who's running these details, and I would say that basically every detail, with the exception of diplomats and probably even some of those individuals, those details were there last night. President, vice president, and most of the cabinet. So why, first of all, would you not have a perimeter that is set up outside of the hotel? Yes, I know it's a hotel, but it's Washington, D.C.
Let's go.
They should realize, especially after Reagan was shot there, that they have to have a strong perimeter. They should realize that after the president was actually shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, and then almost shot again in Florida.
What was they doing? Playing hopscotch?
20 years ago. This was just this past
Now look
year.
at all those officers right there.
I'm not clear.
Look at all these officers right here. Let's see how many we can count if this is the beginning. Okay, because here he come running. 1, 2, it's like a 1 right here, 3, 4. Four of them so far.
On who is coming up with these?
I thought, hold on, I need to go back a little bit because we got to look at how many of them it is, guys. Look at all these, because I am shocked.
Was actually shot in Butler, Pennsylvania.
All right, 2, 3.
Pennsylvania.
He ran by 3. You see this one pulling his weapon, so you know they most definitely discharged it.
And then almost shot again.
It's some scrambling back here. It's about 6 of them. They all scrambling, and they all look. This one right here taking aim. They shooting right at him. These are highly professional. This ain't your run-of-the-mill security. This ain't your homeboy down the street with a gun. No, these are, you know, some of the top people with weapons, and he didn't get hit. All these people, all them people, they all back there. They running back here. There's one right there. It's 4 of them that I can see, and I think they said it's some more down this way. How he didn't get hit, guys?
In Florida, and this wasn't 20 years ago. This was just this past year. So I'm.
Look at all of them.
I'm not clear on who is coming up with this protocol and why they're still following.
Wow, guys, how
Another
you
thing
didn't get
I'll
hit?
say that needs to happen is the security outside and the security inside both need to be restructured and revamped. And we have to stop looking at nobody got killed or the president didn't get killed, so it was a success. Yeah. This was not a success. And I understand President Trump. I mean, he's been the recipient of one of these bullets and he survived. So from his perspective, he would see this as a success. But for the director of DHS, for Kash Patel, for others, for Attorney General to go on other networks and this network and brag about law enforcement, why can't we criticize the Secret Service?
Well,
this is
Jonathan,
not reflect on
this
the
is crazy.
I'm going to push back on that because I was in the vicinity and I want to explain what the security situation looked like.
Well, let us know what it is.
You may have a valid question. I'm not going to question you on whether or not the Secret Service should have been in charge of everything. But when you look at what we saw at the vicinity, I would describe it as hard, soft, hard. The Fox News van had trouble getting within a mile of the vicinity because the exterior perimeter was so tight. But where we find issues is when we get right up to the venue itself, and then 100% right to ask questions.
Man, we are out. We are like an hour in. I need 30 more of y'all to double tap that screen. If you're on a mobile device, double tap the screen of your device, guys. Hit the like button. It helps out the channel. Or you can click the 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? Hitting the like button is very necessary. Shout out to everybody in the building that can hear the sound of my voice. Get those likes up, guys. Get the likes up. Double tap the screen of your mobile device or click the 3 dots and hit the thumbs up.
Why I, with a little piece of paper, show it to a random young little volunteer and she lets me in. I agree that that is where the problems arise. I will say, Jonathan, when we made it closer to the ballroom, that is where the big boys with the big guns were, making sure that we could not get closer. And that is ultimately what stopped. So I want to be clear as to the various layers, but I think you raise an overall good point. Why isn't maximum security the default? Why do we have to continue to have these discussions, especially at an event when the president is there? I share your concern and your questioning why maximum security isn't the default.
What's up, pretty problems?
But Todd, I get that there was a perimeter for vehicles to stop vehicle-borne improvised explosives.
Needed a perimeter to stop him.
That, first of all, like I said, criticizing is not condemning. I want, yes, what they did there in that perimeter to keep vehicles out, that's great. But obviously, it didn't keep an attacker out.
Absolutely
the
not.
inside perimeter is just as important as the outside perimeter, because an attacker will figure out how to use those vulnerabilities. We saw that in this individual's manifesto, where he literally said he was shocked at how bad the security was. So,
so in his manifesto, he also said he was shocked at how bad the security was. So this guy put it, man, look, he had been studying, how they was moving, guys, and basically tried to make his move, and wasn't successful, but didn't get shot by 8 Secret Service officers that was running around out there.
He showed you he was able to
not
walk
one
in,
time. He didn't
check,
get hit
check
not
into
one
the
time.
Hotel room, and then come down there and walk past all those.
Thank you,
big guys
Rika,
that
for
you're
the
talking
gift.
about. Because ultimately, even an outside perimeter to stop a car bomb,
Look at all of them out there.
could still allow an individual to come in and walk in with a bomb if they are and checking for those things.
That's true.
And when you
And he didn't get hit not one time by none of those officers.
Who, when, why, how, and where an attack could happen, the avenue of approach, and the vulnerabilities that they could exploit.
Thank you.
It sounds like they did none of that except for vehicle bombs. And if this had been a multi-pronged attack, this probably could have been successful. If one person had run in there with a bomb, exploded it, you could have had 5 other people run in, one after another, and just lay waste to that room.
And that was the concern in the room, Jonathan.
Look, you see that?
Is there
He
something
ran right by all
Jonathan,
them
when it comes
Secret
to the
Service. He
suspect
didn't
himself,
get
this
hit
has
not
told
one time.
investigators that he
Not
had been
once.
increasingly radical and made increasingly radical statements, and often spoke about doing, quote, something to address issues in the world. He had purchased 2 handguns and a shotgun, which he stored at his parents' house without his parents' knowledge. He would regularly train at a shooting range, and he was part of a group called the Wide Awakes and attended a No Kings protest in California.
Part of a group called the Wild.
Signs there.
He was part of a terror with the "is" at the end group called what they just said.
That he was
the Wide
attended
Awakes.
a No Kings protest in California. So there were signs.
Hold on, I think it's called the Wild Awakes.
Knowledge. He would regularly train at a shooting range and
A little more about him.
issues in the world. He had purchased 2 handguns and a shotgun, which he stored at his parents' house without his parents' knowledge. He would regularly train at a shooting range, and he was part of a group called the Wide Awakes and attended.
He was part of a group called the Wild Awakes, guys. Wow. So would that still be acting alone if he was part of a group? They may have told them to do this.
Attended a No Kings protest in California. So there were signs there that he was spinning towards violence and extremism. Was it the responsibility of a family member to intervene sooner?
I would think so. And I've talked about this for a long time. I think that there needs to be a system worked out where when somebody reports an individual like this, but they've not broken a crime, if their behavior is odd enough, that goes in a database. And that way, the totality of the circumstances, I use this term all the time, law enforcement will have the totality of someone's behavior. They had run-ins with law enforcement 20 times but never been arrested. Those 20 times will be on that database. How violent were they? That's on that database. It's not a complicated issue to discover. We do these in schools all the time. When somebody does a shooting, we say, oh, yeah, we knew that person was a problem. We just need to make that information known to the right people so that they can eventually at least interview someone. But that doesn't happen. And why? Because, I do threat assessments almost daily for the entertainment industry. That's what my company does. And we do crisis management. And the one term that drives me crazy is that's not how we do it. So things never change.
Yeah. Another thing was that's not how we do it. Is we just happen to hold this event at a hotel, to your earlier point, where anybody can come with any kind of luggage and just stay in the hotel this weekend, provided they have the money to do so. And to your overall point, Jonathan, that needs to change because this did not work out this time.
And also, the suspect is reportedly not complying with police, and he's going to appear in court later today. So we are going to see how
he's being uncooperative with police at this time, guys. He ain't telling them nothing.
all that goes.
Final word,
him.
Jonathan.
Yeah,
But
really quickly.
He already told them everything they need to know in his manifesto. To be real, though, he ain't even got to say nothing. He already told on himself.
Here.
Final word is something has to change. The president should not have been on that stage for 30 seconds after the gunshots happened. And the person who can change this is the president and the director of DHS. Secret Service needs to go back to the Treasury Department and get out of DHS because it was broken once they put it in there.
Good point.
Jonathan Gilliam, former Navy SEAL and FBI Special Agent, we thank you so much.
Yeah, so he wasn't saying anything, and we most definitely found out that he was fired upon multiple times by the Secret Service and didn't get hit. I'm still, that's the part that get me. So now that we know his name and a little bit about him, let's get more in depth on who exactly Cole Allen is, guys. The alleged shooter, at this White House event, guys.
And that authorities have identified this man as Cole Thomas Allen, 31 years old, from California. The D.C. police chief said the suspect appeared to be a lone actor, was believed to be staying at the Washington Hilton where this dinner was happening. CNN's Brian Todd has more on the suspect and what we've learned this morning about the Secret Service agent who was shot during the attack.
And we get to find out about
We have new information just in from
hit.
the U.S. Secret Service regarding the Secret Service officer who was...
Another thing, he popped an agent and still didn't get popped. Say he shot him in the chest. He was saved by his vest. And they still let him make it. That's crazy.
Shot in the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Anthony Guglielmi, the chief of communications for the Secret Service, telling CNN that the officer in question has been released from the hospital. And
I didn't hear that part.
The ballistic vest helped us avoid a potential tragedy. That is according to Anthony Guglielmi, chief of communications for the U.S. Secret Service. That officer released from the hospital. Anthony Guglielmi declining to name the officer or the hospital where he was treated, but the officer has been released, according to the Secret Service. Some other information we're getting, according to sources who spoke to CNN, the suspect is identified as Cole Thomas Allen, 31 years old, from Torrance, California. Now, according to the interim Washington Metropolitan D.C. Police Chief Jeffrey Carroll, he said that the suspect was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives in this exchange. Chief Carroll saying that the suspect and law enforcement officers did exchange gunfire, and the chief saying that they believe that the suspect may have been a guest at the Washington Hilton Hotel, the same hotel where this incident occurred. The chief saying that they secured a room there and are trying to determine the contents of that room. So that will provide some critical information. Now, according to the U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., Janine Pirro, the suspect faces 2 charges at least. One of them is using a firearm during a crime of violence. The other is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. And some quick information on this alleged suspect's background. According to public records that CNN was able to sift through, he worked as a teacher and a video game developer. According to a LinkedIn profile matching his name and photograph.
A teacher and a video game programmer. Okay, all right.
It described
he was a teacher and a video game programmer, to y'all out there that don't know.
As a part-time teacher at C2 Education. That is a test prep and tutoring company. CNN has reached out to C2 for comment. We have not heard back
What's
from
up,
them.
Mr.
C2, according to its records, did name Allen as the company's, quote, Teacher of the Month in December of 2024. According to a LinkedIn profile, Allen graduated from the California Institute of Technology in 2017 with a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. He received a master's degree in computer science from Cal State University at Dominguez Hills last year in 2025. According to Federal Election Commission records, he donated $25 to Kamala Harris's presidential campaign
They
in
have to
2024.
they had to throw that in there. He donated $25 to Kamala Harris. No, they was going to throw that in there. Got to have some kind of slug at Biden. You know what I'm saying? They probably say something about Obama, too.
He described himself in his LinkedIn profile as a video game developer. He appears to have published at least one game, an indie game called Boredom, for sale on the Steam gaming platform. So a little bit more of the background of this alleged suspect, Cole Thomas Allen.
Let's bring it now.
They gave y'all his
FBI
background
Supervisory
report.
Special Agent Jason Pack. Jason, hello to you. We've not heard anything yet about whether Allen is cooperating with investigators.
He's not cooperating, I can tell you.
But the FBI has searched a home linked to this suspect. We've got video of it from Torrance, California.
They was definitely outside the crib that same night, man. I'm talking about helicopters in the sky, plenty of law enforcement on the ground as they went to raid this guy's house in Torrance, California.
Tell for us just the work that's
But it must not have been too much there, because remember they said that the weapons and stuff was stored at his mom's house. So they went and searched they went and searched some of the family members' houses too.
Happening to get the answer to the two big questions: why and the target that's happening right now.
Victor, good morning. And those are the two most important questions this morning. There's a lot of work going on in two locations and maybe more that we don't know about. Clearly, the FBI's evidence response team there at the hotel in Washington. And now we see the scene fan out into California there in Torrance, where FBI agents are likely executing a search warrant to get to that why. They're looking for pieces of evidence in there, computers, phones, writings. Was there a manifesto like sometimes that we see? Or importantly, if there's not, that also says something. So there's a lot of work going into that effort to figure out what happened and why it happened. So that why piece we're seeing in Torrance there. And as the agents and the investigators in Washington piece together some of that trajectory, we don't know where all the shots have gone. So the FBI lab and the evidence response team will do some trajectory analysis and see where those rounds went and who may have fired them. And we are still unclear about that. But as they piece that together, it's important, Victor, because they'll take those pieces of information and match that up with some of those charges that the United States Attorney announced last night.
Yeah. You mentioned the potential for a manifesto. And listen, we've covered so many of these that often we find a manifesto online. Now, let's go through what we know about this suspect. This is someone who came to this event, according to law enforcement, was a guest at the hotel, had this long gun, had a pistol,
several
knives, and picked not only an event that the president was attending,
Make
but
sure you
also
guys subscribe to the
literally
channel, man.
most well-known names and most influential people in media.
Yes, we most definitely cover daily news, guys. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not. You know, we over here doing this Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., guys. So if you don't want to miss out, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Turn your notification bell on to all so you don't miss nothing when everything news goes live. Back to what we was doing.
Is this the type of suspect who would want the world to know why he's doing this, considering the event he picked?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, and just shows you the level of preparedness and premeditation. You just don't wake up and decide to go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. As you know, you have to plan that a lot. So it required a lot of pre-planning, a lot of thinking, probably a lot of research. And the fact that he was able to travel from California, we think, all the way to Washington, the hotel rooms there are not cheap either. So doing the retrace of the financials to how he got there, who he may have spoken with, and all the people he may have interacted with. They're pulling the hotel video to be able to see where he's come and gone there while he was at the hotel, and how did he get the weapons in. So a lot of questions to answer there. But as far as the reason, clearly you have some of the most
he's mixed.
journalists in
He's
the world
mixed.
in the same room with the world
His
leaders.
manifesto, he said that he was mixed.
Certainly says something about his motivation, I would think.
Can you explain something? Control room, let's put up the picture of Allen on the floor face down. Yes, this picture. I've covered many of these after which the shooter has been apprehended. And it appears he's obviously shirtless. I don't know what else he has on, but he's covered by a Mylar blanket. Is it protocol to take the suspect's clothes off? I've never seen this. Explain why we're seeing this, him in this condition.
Well, they probably were looking for explosives or something. So when you detain a person, you do what's called a high-risk search to make sure there are no weapons in the waistband, those types of things. And then you do a full search on that. So this appears to be some sort of full search. It does look like that blanket on top of him there. So they wanted to make sure there were no other threats. Did he have any explosives tied to him? Those types of things. When somebody's charging at you with a shotgun, you don't take any chances with that. So you want to make 100% sure that there's no other threats.
Speaking of other threats, this investigation is only a few hours old. And early on, even last night, we heard law enforcement say that they believe that he acted alone. How were they?
But they
so
found out he was
in
part of a group.
investigation
How they
able to
know he
reach that?
acted
I mean, maybe
alone?
he was there at the
Make sure
Washington
you guys are
Hilton
double
alone,
tapping
but
that
to
screen.
say that he acted alone, how'd they get there potentially?
Well, that's a very good point, because we all know in these early stages of these crises, as investigators learn things, the facts kind of change a little bit, right? Because they haven't done their homework and they've interviewed people and they are able to prove what they're saying. So there has to be some sort of at least initial level of optimism that was true. Again, like you said, Victor, there probably wasn't anybody with them. They were making sure of that. And then in their checks in the background initially, nothing probably came up. But I think as we go in the days ahead here, they're going to make sure that is the case, and they're going to talk to all of his associates. We know that he might have been a teacher. They'll go to any of those types of places, interview his coworkers, see who his associates are, and go and build that timeline from the time the shooting happened and worked all the way back several weeks beforehand.
You find out that Mr. Allen was a member of a group called the Wide Awakes, guys. The Wide Awakes.
To see how we got to the point last night.
Joining me now is CNN law enforcement analyst and former Secret Service agent Jonathan Wackrow. Jonathan, thanks for joining me. Let's start here. Wolf, in his description of the security posture outside the Washington Hilton, said that he's been to this obviously many times. This was something at a level he'd never seen before. The check 3 or 4 blocks away, intensified security. What typically informs something like that? Is it simply coincidental that increased security happens the year that there is this shooting, or is it often the environment or a specific threat that would lead to the type of security that has not been seen at this dinner before?
Well, Victor, good morning. And to answer your question, it's the latter. It's the threat environment. So the Secret Service operates off of a threat-based methodology when they're building out any type of security plan for the President of the United States or any of their protectees at any site that they may be going to. So in this case, because the president, this was going to be the first time at this event as the sitting president, there was a lot of publicity, coming about this event, leading up to last night. That really creates a lot of threat vectors that can manifest themselves for this type of event. The Secret Service knows that, so they actually start building out this security plan. And really, what Wolf was saying is concentric rings of protection that radiate out from the center of the stage where the president was sitting. So you have multiple layers of defense at that site that radiate out, not just at the surface level, but it's 360 degrees. There's airspace security that goes on. There are a lot of components of the security program that the public just does not see. Wolf did describe
like
some
how
of those
he didn't
elements
get
that
hit.
were
That's what I didn't see.
The outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, the magnetometers, all the way into the ballroom. So again, what we do know, though, is that security plan did work. It did prevent this threat from manifesting itself inside the ballroom and having tragic consequences.
Yeah, and as we know, having covered these shootings at schools and grocery stores and movie theaters, there are degrees of soft targets, hard targets. Any space around the president obviously is hardened. But when you have the Washington Hilton, 1,100 rooms, thousands literally of people in that ballroom, how far can the perimeter be extended? Right. So this checkpoint that he crashed through was a level above the ballroom. Short of checking every person's baggage TSA style coming into the hotel as a guest, how do you keep those weapons out of the building when the president potentially comes in?
Well, again, what we don't know is, some of those pre-attack elements. What was the staging that the attacker went through to prepare for this evening? And I think that's going to be a critical part of this investigation. Is when did he set up, the weapons and have that cache of weapons available to him to then go ahead and launch the attack at that main mag magnetometer site? Timing here is also critical. If that attack was 60 minutes earlier, this would have been a tragic event with numerous casualties.
1, 2, 3, 4, look like 5, 6, 7 on this side, and he ran straight down through here. And then they said there was some other ones down here. How did he not get hit? And he discharged his weapon, hitting one of the agents in the chest who was saved by his vest. He ran past all these people
and
individuals still survive, guys.
Individuals hurt because that is the only place where the public was aggregating before they fully got screened going into the event. So understanding these attack dynamics, which I actually will underscore that it actually speaks to the premeditation. If this attacker did have a room or access into the hotel prior to the security program being fully stood up outside, again, that speaks to this calculated planning that he had. But again, what we saw was, again, not relying on one element of the security plan, but that multiple overlapping layers of security actually did work last night.
Oh, it did work, but then now one of them hit him. Okay, so another person who probably going to have us believe that, everything was fine. None other than the head of the FBI, Mr. allegedly drunk on the job all the time, came out and spoke on it. None other than Kash Patel. They also disclosed some more information, like I don't think that y'all know that he took a train, if my memory serves me correctly, to Washington from California.
Motivation, we are still looking into that. It appears he was targeting members of the administration.
You mentioned him traveling by train, which not a lot of Americans do cross country these days.
Go.
Does that raise
That's how he got there.
Whether he was trying to avoid being tracked?
We don't know whether he had the firearms with him. It does appear that he purchased those firearms within the past couple of years, but that could be another reason why he traveled by train.
So today, the armed suspect who charged
he traveled by train,
in
guys.
federal court as we learn more about his sinister
he
plan
most definitely
targeting
doing
Trump
court today.
officials after traveling across the country with his weapons in tow.
So FBI Director Kash Patel joins us now with an update. So Kash, I know you guys have been working feverishly, especially over the last 24 hours, along with Secretary Markwayne Mullin.
We got Kash Patel, leader of the FBI.
That you want our audience to understand.
Hey, thanks so much for having me on. First and foremost, I want to remind your audience of President Trump's leadership, literally courage under fire that evening at the press conference to announce to the world and be as transparent as possible. He's assembled the greatest law enforcement team that I've ever seen. And between myself and Markwayne Mullin and the interagency in the White House, we are prepared to tackle this investigation as we've done since it started. We immediately, for the FBI, dispatched evidence response teams, a mobile command center, stood up our NC3 National Crisis Coordination Center at headquarters, and flexed in our expert capabilities in technical analysis. We conducted interviews literally across the country in multiple jurisdictions in less than 24 hours after this tragic event, and also used FBI fixed-wing assets to transport evidence from across the country to Quantico so it can be analyzed quickly, because we believe in this.
Or y'all believe in Kash Patel right now? Y'all think he just spitting the same mumbo jumbo that we feel like they always spit? Or y'all believe in Kash right now?
the necessity for speed and doing this properly, which is why we've done this investigation above board with our partners at DOJ, and which is also why almost 24, just over 24 hours after this tragic incident, you'll be seeing myself and Attorney General Todd Blanche address the nation with actual details relating to this event.
So, Cash, can you go into the profile of this person? I know you can't talk about the investigation, but was he on the Fed's radar before? Did y'all see the postings that he was making?
They most definitely accuse him of being
drunk.
drunk.
Is it true that there was an alert put out with a description of him, but he wasn't detected in the hotel?
So those are all things that the Bureau and our partners have been looking at. As to the Bureau, we have what's called a BAU, a Behavioral Analysis Unit. It's been made famous from past historical investigations. And those folks have been working all weekend. I received a full briefing yesterday morning from our BAU unit. What that does is not necessarily provide direct evidence to be utilized in court, but it examines what
we almost to 300 on that like. Can I get 25 more of you guys to double tap that screen that have not? If you're on a mobile device, double tap your screen or your mobile device, or click those 3 dots in the right hand corner. Hit that thumbs up, guys. It helps out the channel. Can we get the likes to 300? 25 more of y'all double tap that screen on your mobile device. Shout out to everybody that can hear my voice.
Have collected so far, to include emails, social media postings, witness interviews, interviews with people, family, friends, and neighbors, so we can provide a complete picture of this individual's mindset and intent when we make the presentment in court. And that's what we're going through right now and in the process of finalizing, and shortly we'll see that presentment in court.
So is any of that true that he mentioned? Is any of that?
Yeah, because Cass, you're talking about the behavior analysis of him. I'm not talking about I'm saying, was there a profile put out? Was he known? Was there chatter about him before it? I'm not his mind doing the act before it.
Yeah, all those questions will be answered in the complaint, the criminal complaint that's being presented. I just can't get ahead of my partners at the Department of Justice, and especially can't get ahead of the federal magistrate that it's being presented to. But we have answered all those questions, and that's what we've been working towards. America deserves answers. President Trump has committed to transparency and accountability, and what we are doing with the team that the president has assembled is answering those questions in record speed, but also divulging them to the public at the appropriate time without jeopardizing the integrity of the investigation. And this incident happened on late Saturday night, and it's Monday morning, and we're about to go to court. That's a pretty quick turnaround, if not maybe the fastest for something of this magnitude.
Mr. Director,
it's Monday morning and we're about to go to court is exactly right. But I don't think that they're going to have it where there's like cameras inside of the courtroom. But I'm still watching, to see, just so y'all know I'm not capping over here. I'm watching to see if anything unfolds, as far as them showing inside footage of the courthouse he's supposed to be in. But this is the courthouse right here, where they're going to be taking him today. I think he may be already there, but this is the courthouse that he's going to. They're most definitely live out there outside of the courtroom waiting on anything to move, and if anything moves that way, I will most definitely bring it to y'all right here live. But let's get back to Cash Patel and let him, continue to try to convince us that, the FBI is doing their job and he's doing his job.
what evidence do you have to lead us to believe, based on his background, and support this idea? Also, the long gun and the shell casings from the scene, any update on the origin of the weapon? And how is this going to change security going forward?
Yeah, so look, the weapons were, the FBI immediately took control of the scene after it was safeguarded by our Secret Service and law enforcement personnel. The weapons were transported along with the shell casings and ballistics back to Quantico Laboratories for analysis, and that information will be included again in the criminal complaint that's coming. And so what we're going to do is continue to look at the interviews that we've conducted, the dozens and dozens of interviews we've conducted over the weekend, and put that in one place to show you what he did, how he got there, when he got there, when he arrived, how he got down to the area in question, how he was able to get through security undetected. We have all those questions answered, and that's why I wanted to present with the Attorney General at the press conference.
Yeah, how did he get past the Secret Service uninjured?
We're signed off on the criminal complaint.
So, Cash, what can we expect at the hearing today?
I think you're going to hear great detail. All the questions you are asking, you should be asking them, and we should be answering them. And the great thing about President Trump's commitment to law enforcement is that he is requiring us to answer them truthfully and honestly after a full investigation. And that's exactly what we have done. And that's why the American people can have confidence in the manner in which we've done this methodical investigation. I mean, just remind everyone, this was almost the entirety of the president's cabinet, the president and vice president himself, and 2,000 members of the media. This is something the movies don't even write about, something like this kind of scenario, this kind of tragedy. And thankfully, the quick reaction of law enforcement, we're going to be able to present to the world in less than 36 hours almost, exactly what happened, this individual's entire background, who he knew, where he lived, who he was talking to, everything about the firearms, everything about the ballistics. And as you saw, our evidence response teams were on scene so fast. That is the reason we are going to be able to present to you this material. I was bouncing around headquarters yesterday, the Washington field office, the White House. The men and women of the FBI have not slept all weekend. The DOJ hasn't slept all weekend. The interagency hasn't slept all weekend. It's because America wants answers.
Yeah, Mr. Director,
and we're going to give them to you because President Trump required that.
They did a great job on the ground, but they remain reactive. The proactive approach is still under great scrutiny. The president of the United States is averaging an assassination attempt once a year, and there's still protocols so who's going to do the investigating of the procedures? Secret Service can't investigate themselves because there's still people in leadership at the Secret Service that were responsible for Butler. How does that happen? It was a failure.
Right.
Let's
I can't
go.
speak to Butler, and I agree it was a total failure. Absolutely. But I have full confidence in Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen. He oversees the United States Secret Service. I've talked to him repeatedly over the weekend, and I've spoken with him and said, whatever you need from the FBI, whatever we can assist in, and however we can better prepare to protect our protectees going forward with the United States Secret Service, this FBI stands ready to do, and we're going to improve that process under Mark Wayne's leadership and oversight of the Secret Service.
Mr. Director, what about the mags? There was only one mag that people had to walk through. That's the one we saw where he's running through. Any chance going forward we can put another one outside, maybe two of them outside, sweep the entire hotel if we're in this situation again?
Look, that's a great question, and I think we are going to do it entirely differently. You heard the president say on Saturday night that we're going to do this again in short order, maybe in 30 days or so, and we're going to be ready for that. The security posture, I imagine, is going to be completely different. I'll be working with the White House, with the Department of Homeland Security, the Secret Service, the Metropolitan Police Department. The FBI will be fully resourced for that event to assist in the security, and we will provide our input. That's the great thing about having this law enforcement team. I can call Mark Wayne and the White House and the interagency and say, hey, we got to do a couple of things differently. And we're already talking about it. And that's the good thing. And we're going to be better postured for the next event.
So Jason Pack in the Wall Street Journal today, former FBI agent, offered this. They said that the Secret Service built a perimeter to stop an army, but they were beat by a room king.
Let's go. Man, he just ran right through there. I'm just saying. They see it too.
Shouldn't have been part of the whole event. What do you say to that?
Again, it's one of those details that we will provide to you extensively in relation to where he was staying, what was found inside where he was staying, and any other materials that were collected, to include laptops and cell phones. But this was a matter that needs to be heavily scrutinized because it almost took the lives of dozens, if not hundreds of people, but for the quick reaction of our law enforcement. And we're going to be talking about how we improve the security, not just for this event, but for all events going forward. We're going to learn from this one, and we're going to utilize President Trump's leadership and backing of the Blue and law enforcement and work with DHS to ensure our cabinet, our protectees, and the American civilian population is as best protected as possible.
Wow, it could have been a lot worse. We are grateful for the security guards that were there that protected our president and all of our friends and the cabinet members. Thank you so much. I know you've had a busy weekend. We really appreciate you coming on with us.
Thanks, guys.
So we heard from Kash Patel himself, guys, on what exactly it is that's going on, man. You know, he says the FBI got it under control as always, right? Okay. You know, so we heard about Cole Allen, you know, in his manifesto, him basically telling on himself, you know, like there's no tomorrow. Okay, there's another situation that also got my attention, you know, and it's when it comes to these missing scientists, guys. How many of y'all have heard of these missing scientists that just mysteriously went up missing? You know, all of them basically were in like space technology or space exploration, and you know, they just come up missing, and some of them came up unalive. This young lady right here, I showed her before. She most definitely predicted her own demise, guys, and left a letter and letters and videos and messages to her family, you know, saying that she would never unalive herself, you know, things that she would never do. And then all of a sudden she just came up missing, man. I mean, everybody's talking about it, you know. Check
I can learn a new field in 3 months. Name a field, I don't care what it is. Engineering, science, physics, material science, math, language. So Jeremy, I was homeschooled through this group called Covenant Christian Academy. I was in public school in Huntsville through the 1st grade. We moved out to the country. I was in podunk fucking redneck middle of nowhere county school through the 6th grade. I homeschooled. Jim Ashburn, the inventor of YBCO, was a homeschool dad from my cover group. Sean Bellina, MK Ultra motherfucker. His parents were both OBGYNs for MK Ultra, and he was raised on LSD from the age of 6.
Well, she got a scientist way of speaking, but she a scientist.
CCA homeschool dad. Bill Dent, the best friend of Edward Teller, neutron bomb inventor, was a CCA homeschool dad. And like when we moved into our farm here in the middle of nowhere, Alabama, there was Mr. and Mrs. Dent next door, an elderly couple, grandma and grandpa. 25 years later, we meet Bill Dent. Those were his parents. His parents lived next door to us in the middle of fucking nowhere. And he's the inventor of the neutron bomb, the best friend of Ed Teller, and he's assigned to my team randomly. I didn't look for him. He joined my team randomly. Why did he live next door to me 25 years ago? That's weird.
One of the
like
scientists.
All of these people homeschooled through the same group that I graduated from. I can learn a new field in 3 months.
That's crazy, huh? You know, this is one of those scientists, guys. She, like I said, has a very unique way of talking. You know what I'm saying? But basically, she came up unalive. She said she got hit with a high-powered energy weapon that some of us don't even know exists. I didn't even know it existed. I didn't know people knew nothing about it until I heard about this story. She had burns on her hands. She said the high caliber energy weapon, you know, basically burnt her skin. And she's not the only one. You know, they are mysteriously just leaving, you know, from the house, going to go hike and things of that nature, with no phone, no nothing, just doing stuff that wasn't characteristic of them, you know. This is a crazy story, guys. We most definitely got more on it. Check this out.
From continuing to keep us in this illegal, unconstitutional war in Iran. Let's end this war immediately. It's unconstitutional. There's been no
talking about something else. We ain't even talking about that. We on these scientists.
On the declassification of federal secrets and UAP caucus member. Great to have you with us, Congressman. As always, we appreciate your time. I'm always bemused when I see congressional lawmakers claiming that war powers have to be enacted right away when I can point to a litany of similar actions that have happened under previous presidents. Do I have it right here, or do you think there's going to be congressional action here and soon?
I don't want to hear that. I want to hear about these scientists. Let's go here. Speed it up, son.
Research continues to climb, now hitting 13. We're also
13 missing scientists now, guys. We was at 11.
Intelligence officer and would-be UFO whistleblower Matthew Sullivan could be tied to this growing mystery. Congressman, what can you tell us about
what is
Matthew
going
Sullivan?
on? It's 13 scientists now,
I
guys.
first learned of Matthew Sullivan from David Grush. Whenever he began working with our committee, he had asked me to reach out or to write a letter to the FBI and requesting an investigation into his suspicious death. And so we've been working on that. Whenever I spoke with the FBI in the last few months, I asked them directly, is there any investigation that you've begun in that? They seem to indicate that they would not tell me at this time. And so, but they would not confirm nor deny that there was an ongoing investigation. But since then, you've had the missing General William Neal McCaslin, who went missing, and all of these other scientists that have been somewhat associated.
Where are the scientists, guys?
A lot of attention to this topic, and now I'm thankful that now we are having that discussion about Matthew Sullivan, because it's something that my office was trying to get some answers from the FBI over almost a year ago.
Wow. Congressman, it's Alicia Cunha here. Just picking up on what you just said there, then that's incredible that your office couldn't even get an answer on whether or not there was an investigation. And then you have so many people on this list. We put their faces up there and people have all these questions.
It's an ask the Republicans.
My question is, how are you how's Congress able to work with multiple law enforcement agencies when you can't even get
this
an
is
answer
crazy, guys.
from the federal
13.
government?
You know, what I've learned is that is to try to work directly with the FBI, not go through the staff of Congress. They, oftentimes the committee staff or other staff in leadership might change the language of your letters or hold on letters. I've learned that you just have to go directly to the source, and so that's what we're doing now. We are sending letters directly to the FBI. And I think that they've been easy to work with since we've engaged them directly. But what I would say about these scientists is that if you look at this big list, there's going to be some names in there that really don't fit any kind of narrative. I mean, there's a lot of names in there and a lot of suspicious deaths, and I think each one of them is suspicious. I think every one of these scientists was valuable to the United States, and the loss of these 13 scientists means that we have a weaker nation because of their loss. All of our adversaries celebrate the suspicious disappearances or deaths of these scientists, but that's not to say that there may be something fishy going on, especially when you look at the scientists who went missing. General McCaslin was the first one that that got us a lot of awareness and attention. But then when you looked at some of the people that were associated with him and the fact that their disappearances all were very similar, all within a series of about 5 or 6 months, walking out of their homes,
it's crazy,
leaving their car keys, leaving their wallets, leaving
their
cell phones,
this is
never
wow.
coming back, never to be seen again. That's not something that happens every day, and
No.
it needs to be looked into.
Congressman Eric Burleson from the great state of Missouri.
It's
Thank
most
you for your
definitely
time.
something
Best
worth
to
looking
you
into.
And Angie and all the family. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Man, this is being reported on multiple
I gotta
platforms,
say,
guys.
Alicia,
It's not just Fox.
I don't like this. This
Not
sounds beyond suspicious to me. That
I stopped listening to y'all. He looked like he AI. He looked AI. But anyway, I stopped listening to y'all telling me what to look at, or what to watch or what's real and what's not, when every channel, every station is covering they covering basically the same stories, whether you watching MSNBC, CBS, ABC, Fox, CNN, they all covering the same story, man. So y'all don't like no channel anyway. If I play Fox, y'all say, oh, that's fake news. If I play CNN, that's fake news. If I play MSNBC, that's fake news. Everything fake news. Hey, look, I'm just raising awareness. You go do your own research. You can go find out about these scientists on your own time. The news is just to bring you some of the information that they want to bring you. If you want to go in depth, go do your research, man. You know what I'm saying? But all of them say pretty much the same thing, no matter what I'm listening to. And y'all say all news stations is fake. Some people like these channels, some people like these channels. I watch multiple channels. That's what we do. They all owned by the same folks. Right, Lisa B. I don't know what's wrong with them. Let's go. He look AI, though. Look at him. Look AI.
this is happening and continues to happen, it makes me wonder what if nothing else, there could be a foreign actor involved in a circumstance like this, but it just doesn't add up to me that all these disappearances would all be happening right now.
Did your jaw drop when he said that he couldn't get an information, he couldn't get a confirmation that there was even an investigation going
from
on?
the Fed,
a sitting member of Congress.
Amazing.
That's incredible. And that also doesn't help conspiracy theorists out there. It doesn't help the rest of us with them, because then they basically floods the market with ideas that aren't helpful. These are very important people to our country. They're very important people to their families as well. And the mystery surrounding this and the details that are consistent in some of the cases makes it really, really hard to not think that something is going on. What? I don't know.
Yeah, leaving your house with a weapon and,
it's crazy.
And without your phone and just mysteriously disappearing. Tommy, it doesn't add up to me. There must be something at work here.
Yeah, what really strikes me too, when you mentioned kind of the similar behavior of some of these individuals that have gone missing, leaving things at home, people that are, mothers, fathers, that they have family. We've even heard some that have said, hey, raising an alarm bell, if something happens to me, just know I didn't commit suicide. Exactly. I mean, that is stunning to me. So I know that we're hearing that the FBI is looking into it. I have full faith that the FBI is looking into it. But anytime you have a series of events like this, the American public is obviously very invested into this because it's concerning and it's a pattern. So I think the more clarity they can give, the better. I'm also taken back to when we had the drones over New Jersey, right? And it was like, why can't we get answers on this? We're seeing them. Why can't we get answers? Turns out there was a simple explanation, but they withheld it for so long that people started to panic. More information is always better. I know investigations need to play out, but this story, now that the list is growing, is not going to go away.
Tom.
Yeah, I would say, like Alicia, the idea that why couldn't you get an answer as to, has there been an investigation? It's weird, but then again, a lot of this is, CYA. These officials don't want to be the ones to say like, oh yeah, I'm on it. Because if they say I'm on it, then they have to be the one that answers the questions, and they don't know the answers to it. Yeah. I've been looking at the CVs on some of these scientists. They're all interesting people. Mm-hmm. And the thing about it is, the thing that kind of complicates it a little bit is they don't lead dangerous lives. Most of these people aren't out like doing drugs and things like that, but they do things like they hike, they go on long hikes. They're always kayaking. I mean, these scientists, because they're interesting people, sometimes they do things that lead to danger or, a place where they could go missing. But even if half of them is just innocent explanation, what about the other half?
Yeah.
Even if there's only 4 or 5 of them, you know what I'm saying?
Right. No, the number, it's too hard to ignore when you talk about the number here. And when getting back to
the number is 13 now, guys. It was 11, now it's 13 missing scientists.
I've been told that plenty of times, and sometimes just because law enforcement has a suspect in mind, they're on to a lead. That doesn't seem to be what's happening here.
Yeah. And what really bothers me, I think, more than anything else is we live in a world where you can find people for the most part, and then suddenly we're not able to locate all of these people. Really? We haven't collected, bodies and physical evidence. It doesn't add up. There must be a massive investigation. We just haven't been told all about it.
Be sure to like and subscribe for
crazy,
all the Fox
guys.
News latest on YouTube.
It's crazy, guys. 13. So it is now at 13 scientists, guys. 13 U.S. scientists, all in like the space exploration field, just mysteriously come up missing, guys. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, but it's real. Check it out.
Somebody who has been tracking every one of these stories, connecting the dots herself, asking the questions that others aren't. Los Angeles Magazine contributor Lauren Conlin. Great to see you again. Not wearing an alien dress. Totally fine.
Not tonight.
Who is this guy? Garcia.
Stephen Garcia, man, Jesse, this one is chilling to me.
This
because,
is information
as you
on
said,
each one of the
it
scientists.
echoes Neil McCaslin's disappearance right down to
It's like the same thing.
The same thing, the state of New Mexico. So Stephen Garcia, I mean, he had a top security clearance at KCNSC.
Is that per a source, though? A source said that.
This is per a source.
Okay.
Yes, per a source that was close to Garcia. But look, where he worked at KCNSC, I mean, they manufacture 80% of non-nuclear components that go into building military nuclear weapons. And I mean, he oversaw tens of millions of dollars of assets, equipment, some classified, some not. I mean, we don't know what was going on in this guy's head, right? The officials had said that he may have been a danger to himself. He was seen carrying a gun. And it sounds crazy, but between Garcia and General McCaslin, I have to wonder, and again, I know this sounds crazy, but it could be an option here. I mean, is the government doing this? Are they taking out their own people because of XYZ? And wait, I want to point something else out to you, Jesse. I literally, I'm on a roll. I'm on a roll. But tomorrow, April 14th, that is when Rep. Anna Luna gave Pete Hegseth this deadline. She requested 46 UAP videos, and And look, there's a good reason behind it. I mean, these videos she detailed in this filing, and they say, Iran, XYZ date, 2022, Syria, XYZ date, shaped like a cigar. This is a matter of national security. And this is important because in real time, we don't know what's in the sky. We don't know if this is some kind of, a UAP. We don't know if it's a drone. We don't know enough.
Are you getting any official word from authorities, investigators that are maybe trying to link these 10 episodes? Are they all disconnected? They're saying you can't make a connection because, again, you think I laid it out very well. There are eerie similarities.
Of course there are. You're absolutely right. And I've reached out to Rep. Burleson's office, Rep. Burchett's office, and I did hear back from Burleson's office last week. And look, they said, they haven't heard directly from the White House and they haven't brought up General McCaslin's disappearance at all. They were being very safe with me, I want to say. Rep. Burchett's office didn't respond to me at all. But Burchett just said, I forget what show he was on, but he just said he talked to, quote, folks at the White House about this and that President Trump is about to do some disrupting. I just don't believe it. Obama tried to release these UFO files. Clinton tried to release them. Nothing happened. I get it. People think Trump is different, but what's so different? I mean,
there has been a lot of questions about, did they get any calls? Did they get any messages? Because just to leave the house allegedly armed in such a strange way. I mean, even with McCaslin, there's an allegation that he didn't want to be found. And anything about what they were up to in the days, weeks, hours before?
So there is nothing public. And I mean, I am digging right now. Yeah. It's tough. You want to reach out to family members, you want to reach out to friends, but you want to do it in a way that's not so invasive. I mean, their family members are missing. This is very serious. And, I saw a Facebook post, Stephen Garcia's, I think it was his niece, who was like, has anyone seen my uncle? Just begging, pleading. And so you really have to think about, the protections for whistleblowers as well. There's so much that needs to be said. And it's terrible.
You might not know the answer to this. Did they know each other? Did any of these people know each other, work together in the same Venn diagram? I mentioned New Mexico together.
Let's go.
Right. Well, we discussed last week, we discussed Monica Reza, who worked alongside or underneath Neil McCaslin, and they both were stationed at Wright-Patterson. So there is a connection there. I haven't made connections between any of the others just yet. I do, know that it is interesting. Carl Grillmayer, I've been looking into his death, the Caltech astrophysicist. I did notice some neighbors.
Yeah, these ain't your run-of-the-mill people. These are NASA. We got NASA there, the U.S. Air Force, Aerojet Rockman, another one. All of these are the companies that these scientists was working for, guys. They don't just come up missing, and two NASA scientists on alive. That's crazy. It's crazy.
The area, and he lives in a very remote area. They also worked in aerospace research, which again, I wish I had all day to focus on this story, Jesse. Yeah. I really do. But I'll get there. I will.
It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. It's being amplified again and again and again because this is so strange on so many different levels. I know you're going to stay on top of it. Lauren Conlon, great to see you. Thanks for giving us some insight.
Thank you so much, Jesse.
You got it.
Missing scientists with access to classified stuff, nuclear material, aerospace, they've all gone missing or turned up dead in the last couple months. Based on what you've been briefed, what do you think is happening here? And do you think that
what's going on, Mr. President?
Random?
Well, I hope it's random, but we're going to know in the next week and a half. I just left a meeting on that subject, so pretty serious stuff. But we're going to be hopefully, I don't know, coincidence, whatever you want to call it. But some of them were very important people, and we're going to look at it over the next.
Well, there is now an 11th scientist with connections to top secret government secrets who has died or gone missing within the last 4 years under mysterious conditions. And conspiracy theories are ballooning online. President Trump even addressing the ongoing mystery yesterday, confirming the U.S. government is looking into it.
Well, I hope it's random, but we're going to know in the next week and a
Trump
half. I just left the meeting on that subject. So, yeah, pretty serious stuff. But we're
on
Nancy
this whole
Liu
entire
is live
situation.
in Los Angeles. So, Nancy, what do we know about this possible 11th case?
Well, Nicole, just before her death in 2022,
This is the
Amy
one I just showed
Eskridge
y'all.
had announced plans to present her groundbreaking work
Remember what I
with
just showed y'all?
anti-gravity technology. The 34-year-old had been openly experimenting in the field and founded a research company called the Institute for Exotic Science to establish a more public space for developments in anti-gravity work.
That was the one with
her
the
death from a supposed
language.
self-inflicted gunshot wound has long been questioned since she had expressed that her life was in danger at the time. Eskridge worked closely with her father. And according to NASA, Richard Eskridge is a retired engineer whose many projects included novel work on a system
worked
to
for
propel
NASA.
a spacecraft with high-speed plasmoids. Well, I spoke with him briefly today, and he dismissed any link between the death of his daughter to the 10 other scientists who've mysteriously died or gone missing over the past few years. All had links to government secrets and programs tied to military defense and UFOs. Richard Eskridge, he did not want to be interviewed, but he told me on the phone, scientists die also, just like other people. Nicole?
All right. So Nancy, there are already questions before this newest one. We even have lawmakers weighing in. I mean, what more can you tell us about maybe what happens next?
Yeah, well, the mystery surrounding these scientists, it's definitely taken on a life of its own on the web, where all kinds of conspiracy theories abound. There's even talk of a murder conspiracy targeting people who supposedly know too much. 2 of the scientists' deaths are cases of murder. And a number of disappearances are people who weren't considered suicidal. In the case of Monica Reza, the experienced hiker went missing during a hike last year here in Southern California. She had worked with General William McCaslin, a so-called UFO gatekeeper who also went missing just 2 months ago. Now, we just got a statement from Republican Congressman Eric Burleson, who's among those pushing for answers. He tells News Nation, these are some of the most advanced scientists and researchers in our nation working on critical national security efforts, and several have mysteriously disappeared. This is too coincidental, and we have to be investigating this. With President Trump now acknowledging the mystery with a vow of a top-level review, there is new hope due to his comments about answers in the next week or two. Nicole?
All right, Nancy Liu live there in LA.
Crazy, guys.
Nearly a dozen scientists and government officials with connections to top secret government secrets disappearing or dead under strange circumstances. The U.S. government now on the case. Just take a listen to President Trump.
We
Well, I hope it's random, but we're going to know in the. But
let's pass him.
call it. But
Let's get to the end.
The group had all allegedly had access to sensitive information, with some of the details of the cases eerily similar. News Nation has been out in front of this story since the beginning. We have told you about retired General William McCaslin, who left his New Mexico home with nothing but a gun, never to be seen again. And Stephen Garcia, a government contractor who also disappeared in New Mexico, also with a gun and no personal
what is going on
belongings.
with the scientists,
But other
man?
lesser-known cases are also catching
It
our
seems
attention.
suspicious to me.
53-year-old Melissa Cassius worked at a research lab in Los Alamos, New Mexico. She was last seen in June of 2025, 3 miles from her home, walking along a highway. She left behind her purse, her wallet, and her phone, with the phone's history wiped. A month before that, 78-year-old Anthony Chavez went missing, a former employee of the same lab where Melissa worked. There's also the case of Monica Reza, who disappeared in June of 2025 while hiking in Los Angeles with a friend. Police say Reza was about 30 feet behind the person she was with, smiling and waving, but when the person turned back, she was gone. So is this a string of strange mishaps, a coincidence, or something much more sinister? We are joined by News Nation national security contributor Tracy Walder, former CIA officer and FBI special agent. Tracy, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Natasha.
We know the FBI is investigating. The president has been briefed. He says it's very serious stuff. Is anything standing out to you when you look at these cases?
I think the biggest thing, first of all, is the proximity in which they all seem to disappear, the proximity in dates, excuse me. If you look at Monica Reza and Melissa Cassius, they disappeared within 3 or 4 days of each other. The other ones within a month or so, give or take of them. And so I think that obviously gives me a little bit of pause. Also, you mentioned earlier the complete lack of personal effects that they seem to have left their home with. Tell me that either there's two situations there. They left not wanting to be found, or they left under suspicious circumstances.
All the scientists have worked for a wide range of organizations. Just hours ago, News Nation learned that the House Oversight Committee will start probing these cases. They're seeking information from the Pentagon, the FBI, the Department of Energy, and NASA, saying that several of the scientists carried high-level security clearances. Why would they be seeking information from these organizations?
My guess, and I'm very glad that they're investigating these, to be honest, my guess is most of them worked for JPL as well as Los Alamos National Labs. They're probably trying to understand what exact cases did these individuals work, what programs did they work, what did they have access to, what didn't they have access to, because just to sort of inform everyone, just because you work at the same place does not mean that you all have access to the same programs. And so is this something that is being targeted of individuals working on a specific program? Because if it is, that would help obviously narrow the focus of the investigation. Or is this broader? And so that's my guess in terms of why they're probing those entities.
How big of a national security risk is this situation? And what kind of information could these scientists know that could be a risk here? I mean, we know, for example, General McCaslin, his emails were previously hacked by the Russians.
Yes, of course that happened. But I do want to make it clear with General McCaslin, listen, he retired in 2013, and even his wife, had said the access that he had would have been obviously very dated, if you will. It's not to say he wouldn't be a good target, but certainly he wouldn't have access to current information. And a lot changes in, the technology world and the national security world in 12, 13 years. So I think that's something that probably needs to be taken into consideration as well.
Do you believe that some of these scientists disappeared willingly? Because when we look at, General McCaslin, Stephen Garcia, Monica Reza, Melissa Cassius, they all disappeared out of nowhere, some of them with just a gun. Melissa's phone was wiped. That's
crazy, y'all. Phone wiped, nothing in the phone at all. Like she knew she wasn't coming back and she had been instructed, allegedly. That's just how I'm feeling. That's just the feel I get. Hold on. Let's go here. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to this situation, man, it is most definitely something when it comes to these scientists, guys. Hold on real quick. I accidentally clicked out of it. Let me get it back real quick. Hold up. But yeah, man, I'm just like, wow. I don't know how to feel about it, guys. It's crazy. Yeah, they just mysteriously came up missing, guys, or unalive. Yeah, something is most definitely going on. Let's go here.
Part of the human brain will always be drawn to conspiracy theories. For starters, they're interesting, but more importantly, they provide people with theories for anomalous events in a universe that can sometimes be terrifyingly random. So it's no surprise that many people are looking for a grand unified theory behind the case of the missing NASA scientists. But there's also growing skepticism.
Most definitely take time to double tap that screen if you have not, guys. This is how you hit the like button if you're on a mobile device. Double tap that screen if you have not. Most definitely subscribe to the channel if you're new. Most definitely do this on a day-to-day basis, guys. So if you like this brand of entertainment, make sure you come see me. Show starts at 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Subscribe to the channel, turn on your notification bell so you know anytime I go live. And even if they shadow ban me type thing, you'll know where to find me at and when. You know what I'm saying? So I'm over here on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., guys. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and right now we finding out about these missing scientists, guys. They just mysteriously came up missing. Don't nobody know where they at. It's crazy.
About whether this particular series of unfortunate events is tied together in some malevolent plot. Clearly, some of the missing disappeared under unusual circumstances, but others appear to be run-of-the-mill tragedies. Heartbreaking, but perhaps
Central Standard
not
Time,
sinister.
Chris.
And as any seasoned detective will tell you, red herrings can confuse and unravel even the most thorough investigations. At the center of the puzzle is General Neil McCasland, the missing Air Force general, who Los Angeles Magazine describes as having overseen a large share of the Pentagon's most secretive black projects, including directed energy systems and space-based weapon programs. His case shares a connection to that of Monica Reza. The rocket scientist's work overlapped with General McCasland and was partially overseen by him. Both of them vanished without a trace. Reza from Los Angeles National Forest, where she was hiking with friends, and McCasland from near his Albuquerque home. It is safe to say, without minimizing the 9 or so other cases, that McCasland and Reza raised the most alarm. The others at least appear, some of them, to have some sort of explanation. For example, planetary scientist Michael David Hicks's death certificate lists heart disease and morbid obesity as leading to his demise. Jason Thomas, Amy Eskridge, and Melissa Cassius all appear to have been struggling perhaps with some sort of mental health issue. But even their stories have odd details. Amy Eskridge had texted friends that she was being physically attacked to silence her work. She even texted one friend that if I die, I did not kill myself. And Melissa Cassius's phone history was wiped before she vanished. As we know, the House Oversight Committee and the FBI are now investigating. President Trump has hinted we could get answers by as soon as next week. And Congress is concerned that there is danger lurking for others involved with America's
I don't think this is just a mystery. I mean, I don't think people
who have been associated with the nuclear program need to make sure that we are not just on the case, but concerned about them also. And so it's more than a red flag. It's an alarm that is going off.
So could it all be connected? Or in this case, might we be missing the trees for the forest? Joining us now is Mark von Rennenkampf. He's a former analyst with the U.S. Department of State and Department of Defense. He's also a Hill opinion contributor. Mark, great to have you back. So what do you make of this? Do you think that people are going crazy with a conspiracy theory, or is this some astonishing coincidence that all these people, some of whom work together, some of whom had overlapping or shared common expertise, all just happened to die or disappear within the same year?
Elizabeth, thanks so much for having me. It's nice to be back with you. And I think at a high level, I think we are dealing with coincidences. The cleared population, the population of individuals associated with these defense contractors and these federal
there go the one I showed y'all at the beginning of the video that was talking.
People,
so she can learn any field in 3 months.
There are mysterious incidents or unexplained incidents, and that's just what happens with these large organizations. So no, I don't see a through line. I don't see a particular connection or a broad conspiracy theory.
We don't see the connection, guys.
But I do want to point out that yes, General McCasland's disappearance is very odd, especially considering his connections to the UFO lore and the history. But I also want to briefly highlight the death of a former Air Force intelligence officer by the name of Matthew Sullivan. And Congressman Eric Burleson recently stated that his office had reached out to Sullivan and that he died within a few weeks of speaking or being prepared to speak to Congress. And I cannot underscore this enough. Burleson, the congressman, said that the Inspector General, presumably of the intelligence community, found the circumstances of his death credible and urgent and referred the matter to the FBI. And I'll add one more bit. We now know that Sullivan was one of the witnesses that UAP whistleblower David Grush, one of the key witnesses in Grush's investigation, which he alleges uncovered a decades-long UAP retrieval and reverse engineering effort. So I would really focus on McCasland and Sullivan in those particular cases.
Let's start with McCasland. We gave the overview on him, but what specifically was McCasland doing in relation to the UAP or UFO projects?
Yes, so specifically, the specific connection to the UAP story is that McCasland in 2016 met with John Podesta, who was then the chairman of the Hillary Clinton's campaign, presidential campaign. He met with Podesta, who has a longstanding interest in UFOs, but also with the then sitting head of Lockheed Skunk Works, which is the most secretive element of Lockheed that produces all of the most secretive airframes that the company develops. They met in 2016, ostensibly because Hillary Clinton was going to be the quote unquote disclosure candidate. And
who was going to finally tell all about the secret government programs.
That was the belief that Clinton would be transparent about UFOs, about UAPs.
Why wasn't she?
That is another good question. And this gets in a little bit in the weeds, but McCaslin was the key source, apparently, for a series of novels that a rock star, Tom DeLonge of Blink-182, wrote that basically fictionalized the narrative that we're hearing now of a widespread UFO retrieval and reverse engineering program that has not been disclosed to the Congress and certainly not to the public.
So you're saying McCaslin had direct knowledge of secret government programs or alleged secret government programs?
That is the insinuation. We don't know that for a fact, but we do know McCaslin. McCaslin was in very, very sensitive positions in the Air Force, extremely sensitive positions.
And what about Sullivan? Was when you say Sullivan was part of? I've interviewed David Grush several times. Was Sullivan one of the people David Grush was talking about when he was talking about this secret program that he never saw himself? But he saw many documents and spoke to many people who were directly, personally involved.
To my understanding, Sullivan was a very, very close friend of David Grush's and a key member, one of those key witnesses that Grush based his Inspector General complaint on, which was deemed credible and urgent, and that triggered notifications to Congress. So again, Sullivan appears to, I don't know this for a fact, but I wouldn't be surprised if these programs exist, that Sullivan was one of the key, potentially first-hand witnesses of these programs.
One of the first-hand witnesses that David Grush was talking about in his testimony before Congress, and of course, when he was talking to us here at News Nation. And, you know, by the way, David Grush was telling me he's getting death threats, that he had to go underground. Like, this is serious stuff. And who knows where those threats are coming from, but they're real and life-changing for the people who get them. Marek von Rennenkampf, I don't think this is the last time we're going to be covering this story. I'm sure we'll have you back on to talk about it some more. Thank you so much as we learn more.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below. And
all right. So we learned about Cole Allen, guys. It seems he still hasn't nothing has really been put out, of yet regarding his in court today. He most definitely was in court today. Okay, we finna get a White House press briefing. We might just hang out for that. Yeah, Caroline Leavitt finna speak any second now. I see Cash Patel and them finna speak too. Okay, that's later. This is right now though. Let me see something. I see him setting up for Caroline Leavitt. All right, let's do this. Let me go back to where I was. All right, let's get back into President Trump. And I see I was gonna leave. I'm supposed to be gone right now. You know what I'm saying? But I see Caroline Leavitt, got a press briefing set up. Most definitely want to see what she got to say, because I know she's going to speak on what took place with Trump in the gunman situation. So I'm pretty sure here in a couple of minutes, because they already showing them setting up, she may be coming to speak. So let's find out a little bit more about the Trump situation. I'm out of everything on the scientists. We'll most definitely keep an eye on that, but we're gonna bounce over here to some more about Trump. in what happened at this correspondence dinner, guys.
Back to live now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are coming up on the noon Eastern time hour as we continue to follow all of the developments and new information coming out after a shooting at last night's White House Correspondents' Dinner. Fox's Jackie Heinrich sharing some of that new information in a social media post. And if you're just joining us, this is what it says, that there is a written manifesto by the shooting suspect, she says, that clearly stated he wanted to target administration officials having anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric on his social media accounts. We're going to keep this up here, but I also do want to bring in a former FBI Special Agent Miguel Clark to the show to talk more about this information. And Miguel, we're going to put up that information so that all of our viewers can read it along as we talk about it. But as we do that, you know, as we understand that there is a written manifesto that indicates
this is the manifesto. Oops, why did I do that? Hold on. Now I gotta find where I was at again. My fault, y'all. I'm sorry. Hold on. What is going on? I lost it. I'm over here live at the White House. This ain't where I'm supposed to be at. All right, here we go. No, this ain't the one either.
Attorney
oh, well. I got a couple of them back here.
On Fox News Sunday there as we continue to track the latest here with the ongoing investigation into what happened over the weekend at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And to talk more about the investigation, we want to bring in Bill Daley, who is a former FBI investigator and national security expert. Thank you so much for coming back on the program here. It's always great to have you. Can you walk us through a little bit about where the investigation stands right now? What will investigators be looking for?
Sure. Well, certainly there are a number of moving parts in this investigation right now. Some of them we're not going to be privy to in the public sector because much of the information is going to be used for prosecution. So as they build this case against Mr. Allen, they're going to hold on to a lot of that information because they need to make sure that from an evidentiary perspective that all the analysis is done and that when it's presented in court, it isn't already tainted in some way or any way kind of infringes on their prosecution. So there are some things we're going to see, some things we're not going to see. Certainly the things on the investigation are kind of coming to light, you know, is that not only did he have this kind of stellar kind of educational career, but at some point there was a pivot.
Yeah,
on this and he changed his,
let's stop
his
you.
views or became much more vocal.
Let's stop you. You about to put me to sleep. He doing too much. We're gonna switch over. He doing too much. You about to put me clear eyes for the what is it? Clear eyes. That dude right there, that's who he remind me of. Let's go here, you know, for more on the situation.
To storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner over the weekend. He is now expected to be arraigned in federal court this morning. Authorities say the man, whose name is Cole Allen, could face federal firearm and assault charges. The Department of Justice may also file more charges ahead of the hearing. FBI agents searched Allen's home in Torrance, California, just hours after the attack. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche says the suspect was apparently targeting administration officials, likely including President Trump. As MS Now reporter Nick McCool explains, investigators are looking into a letter allegedly written by Allen and sent to his family just minutes before the attack.
Less than 48 hours after this chaotic scene at the White House Correspondents' Center, we're learning more about the suspect allegedly behind the attack.
He was probably a pretty sick guy.
The suspect is Cole Allen of the Los Angeles area, according to one former senior law enforcement official briefed on the matter. A LinkedIn profile in the suspect's name says he went to Caltech and is a trained engineer, working at a college prep organization that once posted they named him Teacher of the Month.
What we believe happened, at least as of now, is that
he got Teacher of the Month. He just went crazy. He must have taken his medicine that day.
Chicago and then Chicago to Washington D.C., where he checked into the hotel where the
absolutely, Brad.
In the last day or two.
Surveillance video showing the suspect running past authorities before being taken down. They say he charged a security checkpoint, carrying a shotgun and a handgun, as well as knives.
He has clear sense of what he wants to do and how he's going to carry it out.
The New York Post has published a note attributed to the suspect, calling himself a, quote, friendly federal assassin, and saying he was targeting members of the Trump administration. James Allen Fox is a criminologist at Northeastern University.
Perpetrators like this do not want to be seen as just some nut who went off the deep end and killed for no reason at all. He has a reason. He wants us to know it.
After the attack, President Trump sitting down for an interview with 60 Minutes.
How worried were you that there were going to be injuries?
Yeah, that's crazy, Jennifer.
I wasn't worried.
Trump said he wasn't worried, y'all.
We live in a crazy world.
An iconic D.C. event left forever changed in an era of political violence.
We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society.
The Secret Service said the one officer who was hit has already been released from the hospital, saved by a ballistic vest. And all of this comes as King Charles and Queen Camilla are set to begin their official state visit to the U.S. today. Back to you.
Which is today, Monday, guys.
That report. Let's bring in MS Now National Security and Intelligence Analyst Christopher O'Leary. He's a former senior FBI official who served in the Bureau's Counterterrorism Division and as the U.S. government's Director of Hostage Recovery. Chris, good to see you. Let's start with the questions about security at that site. Now, we should stipulate something very clearly off the top. The gunman was stopped a full level above where President Trump was. There was a lot of security between where he was eventually apprehended and the dais with the dignitaries. He wasn't that close, but obviously he posed a real danger to other people in the area.
He was close enough.
The hotel is public. The hotel remains open for guests, even as this dinner is held down in the massive ballroom in the basement. What are some things that strike you about vulnerabilities?
Yeah, so I think from the Secret Service's standpoint, their security plan worked. You know, their priority is the president, the vice president, and other protectees that they have responsibility for, and they were able to successfully evacuate them. Now, they are the best in the world at this, but, you know, protecting these high-threat principles is always a challenge. So they are going to be very self-critical. They'll
yes, he had a shotgun.
What went poorly, and they'll make it.
I think they said he had a shotgun. He owned 2 shotguns, but he only had one. He shot one of the Secret Service in the chest, but luckily they had their vest on and they were okay. But with all of those officers, about 20 of them, nobody hit him.
The venue
he didn't get hit not one time.
The vulnerability of other people.
They said he had some knives
there.
too.
And certainly this individual should not have been able to run at a full sprint through the magnetometer area because action is faster than reaction. And as you can see, even though the law enforcement officers in Secret Service Uniform Division did react, the assailant was already past them. And then the one thing that comes to mind, having spent a lot of time overseas, thank God this individual was not a suicide bomber, because we'd be talking about hundreds of casualties right now if he would have gone that route. So
wow,
certainly things need to be changed. Harden this target. Maybe look at this if it repeats itself as a national security event and bring additional resources and back the initial, outer cordon up outside of the hotel. But again, there's always going to be a vulnerable point, that first, point of contact where a subject can get to.
Yeah, and presidents' public schedules are usually pretty guarded, only released a short time in advance. But this is the rare public event where people knew exactly when and where it's held, and that the president, he announced weeks ago that he was going. So this would be someone could plan to hit. And let me ask you that, Chris, on that idea that unfortunately we have seen a real rise in political violence. There have been a number of assassination attempts on President Trump. We have seen lawmakers on both sides of the aisle targeted by extremists on both sides of the political spectrum.
Let's go, Mermaid.
As you think about this, as public figures going forward, what other adjustments, sadly, may they all need to make?
Well, the biggest adjustment is leadership by example, turning the temperature down quite a bit, because leaders do set an example, whether it's a good example or a bad example. And if there's toxic leadership and hyperpolarization in the United States, with social media and disinformation out there and conspiracy theories, vulnerable people might think this is a rational act and might turn towards violence. I mean, we've seen periods of it, not only in the United States, but I'll point back to the 1800s. The real advent of assassination as a tool started in the 1800s by an Italian anarchist who tried to assassinate Napoleon III. He failed, but it was called the Orsini affair. He had this rudimentary hand grenade, but that was replicated time and time again. And leaders from France, Spain, Italy, ultimately President McKinley, were assassinated by anarchists. And then Teddy Roosevelt, there was an attempt on his life. And most notably, World War I started from Gavrilo Princip, a Serbian anarchist, assassinating Archduke Ferdinand. So the idea that assassination was an effective tool became something that became the norm. We then in the United States.
I most definitely heard that too, but evidently he's alive and he didn't even get shot, not one time.
And through the 70s. And we had violence across the United States. Bombings were routine in the United States. And certainly we had assassinations between Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy and George Wallace attempts against President Ford. So the idea when you have a political grievance and you've tried everything else, people turn towards political violence more often, not because they have a mental defect, which a lot of people like to immediately go to, but from their perspective, they've tried other things, whether it's using their vote, whether it's petitioning, whether it's protesting, and they feel voiceless. And often these people turn towards political violence because they think it's a rational act, not because they have a mental defect.
Terrific insight there. MS Now National Security and Intelligence Analyst, former senior FBI official Chris O'Leary. Chris, thank you again for joining us this morning. So David, tell us what we know about this suspect, as we heard from Nick McCool there a few minutes ago. Manifesto apparently was discovered, sent to family members and the like, in which he did lay out some of his reasoning for what he was about to do. Tell us what we've learned.
So he went to Caltech. It's one of the toughest schools in the country to get in, brilliant. There's a lot of great reporting out there by our colleagues and others about, he was a good teacher. He was liked on campus, and people expressing shock at this. To his credit, it's the family member, as Chris said, that he sent out this message that went out, and his brother, who I think lives near here up in Connecticut, immediately sent it to law enforcement officials. But his rationale was that he had
his brother turned him in. We found out that his brother turned him in.
He called him a pedophile. That term, as you saw yesterday in the Norah O'Donnell interview, really infuriates the president. And to be fair, there is no credible allegation of Donald Trump abusing children, but this kind of thing circulates online. So we'll learn more. There's not much information about if he's spoken or said much to authorities, but it's just another example of our polarization and rising political violence.
Yeah, associations with Jeffrey Epstein, I think the heart of that. Yeah. Rev, you know firsthand about political violence. What worries you about, unfortunately, a trend that only seems to be increasing?
Yeah, I do know firsthand. I was stabbed once leading a march. And I think the responsibility on all sides is to appeal to people that you can disagree without being disagreeable and certainly not being deadly. And even if you wanted strategically to make a point, you hurt your own cause, because now example I could give today, they're going in court to appeal in Virginia, a judge stopping the will of the voters that voted last week, yes, on the redistricting. All we're talking about today is the his attempt assassination of some of the Trump people. You have taken the focus off of the things that we're aggrieved about, assuming that's what he was aggrieved about. So it's not even tactically right as much as it is morally reprehensible. And when President Trump said the other night that people on all sides need to agree to not deal with violence, and I agree with President Trump on that. At least he took that position. I hope all of us will take that position that, wait a minute.
Oh, Al Sharpton, guys, Al Sharpton.
Non-violently of dealing with the issues, not dealing with this kind of inciting anyone to do this. I don't know. I checked with some of the people in California National Action Network. I don't know any of his activism. I don't think he was an activist. So I don't know his motive, but I know the results are not helpful to those of us that are trying to deal with Trump's agenda that has been, in my opinion, detrimental to most Americans.
And Elise, there have been questions now for some years whether this dinner needs to go away, and questions about its appropriateness. But it is, let's be clear, a high-profile event, and it adds to, even though this would-be assassin was unsuccessful, and thankfully no one was really hurt, it adds to this feeling of sort of tumult and chaos in the country right now, political violence being part of it, where people just feel like things aren't the way they're supposed to be.
Well, absolutely. And you look at all of the high-profile events that have happened, and President Trump has been targeted. There was Butler, there was the incident at the golf course, now this. And it does raise serious questions about presidential security in this era of political violence, when both sides have become so radicalized that there are the fringe actors who are willing to turn to violence. And you can see that in empirical studies. Robert Pape at University of Chicago was on our show last night and was talking about the rise in political extremism in the country. And it is a devastating trend that we have to get a handle on so that the fringe does not become more of a force.
Completely right. Should be denounced by all parties. All right.
Yeah, we got Caroline Leavitt coming up in a second, guys. Hold on. That was Al Sharpton basically speaking on how he feels regarding that situation. All right, let's take in a little bit of Iran, guys. With breaking reports that the Iranians are basically looking to open the Strait of Hormuz back up, guys, as we wait on Caroline.
In the morning on the West Coast, we are focusing on the developments coming out of the Middle East. We know that President Trump did cancel some of those negotiations over the weekend between U.S. and Iranian officials. But a new report today is saying that Iran is offering to end its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz without addressing its nuclear program. That's according to two regional officials with knowledge of that proposal. I want to bring us out to this, a social media post courtesy of Barack Ravid. He is a correspondent with Axios. And it says that President Trump is expected to hold on Monday, so today, a Situation Room meeting on Iran with his top national security and foreign policy team. The meeting is expected to discuss the current stalemate in the negotiations with Iran and potential options for the next steps in the war. A lot to discuss, so joining us next to do that is Jonathan Sayed. He is an Iran program research analyst at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Jonathan, good morning.
Good morning. Great to be with you again.
Thanks for joining us today. You just saw that social media post I showcased of the Axios correspondent. I feel that today it might be appropriate just to kind of recap a little bit when it comes to the Iranian regime, how they function, how they've been functioning through this negotiation process, just so that people understand what the Trump administration and the U.S. is dealing with amid this conflict.
The way the president characterized it in a social media post about a week ago, he called the regime fractured. And that is true. Now, there are many disagreements between different pillars of the regime that have always existed, but now there's no supreme authority to mitigate these different grievances and difference of opinion. Because of that, we're not seeing a unified stance from the Islamic Republic. That said, their stance on particular issues continues to be the same.
Hey, Pam.
Which is they want sanctions relief in return for whatever concession they provide. And I'm even reluctant to use the word
Caroline Leavitt.
It's barely a compromise.
To address all
given
this
that they're
in a minute,
increasingly more
live from the
maximalist,
White House,
and it goes
guys.
back to
Kicking
Tehran's
it
understanding of its position. They think they're negotiating from a position of strength. They think they won the last battle. So the recent post from Barack Ravid is quite interesting, saying that the president is actually reevaluating the next stages of the war, meaning in his mind, he does see this as a fragile truce, and the military option is still on the table. So the question here lingering is that should we re-engage the regime kinetically, how it's going to be different from the first wave, and compare that even to the 12-day war?
While it seems to be up in the air, the next round of negotiations potentially between the U.S. and Iran, we know that the Iranian foreign minister today paid a visit in Russia. Reuters saying this, U.S. President Trump said Iran could telephone if it wants to negotiate an end to their 2-month war, as Tehran's foreign minister landed in Russia on April 27th to seek support from President Vladimir Putin. Given these developments, what kind of trajectory are we on right now, Jonathan, in terms of Iran looking for support specifically with Russia?
Well, let them tell it. Russia is already supporting them,
perfectly.
allegedly.
The alliance, or more of a strategic partnership between Tehran, Moscow, and Beijing is in full effect right now. And I think the two great powers, China and Russia, were looking at the Islamic Republic, seeing if he can actually pass this test. And it seems like, from their perspective, the regime is able to absorb multiple waves of devastating blows to its military infrastructure and can still stand. So because of that, it's likely for these two countries to want to see the Islamic Republic more than just a resource for weapons and natural resources such as oil, and actually want to further include it in their relationship that they have. I think historically it was called the Eastern Bloc. Now it's better characterized as the axis of aggressors. But as to what Tehran wants from Moscow, there are a few things. There's the diplomatic angle that they want to ensure that Russia still acts as Iran's lawyer in the UN Security Council. On the other hand, there were some discussions as to whether Russia is able to act as a mediator for Iran's highly enriched uranium that could actually hold the stockpiles of Iran's uranium instead of Islamic Republic keeping it or shipping it to the United States. That was perceived as a third option. And there's the military angle. Iran wants reassurances that should they again be
they ready to open the strait now.
Attacks from the United States and Israel, they're going to get some sort of reassurance, whether it's cash funds or some sort of weapons from Russia, which is quite ironic because it was actually Tehran that was supplying a lot of military equipment for Moscow's attack against Ukraine itself.
Let's go back to what we started this conversation on, which is that new proposal from Iran. Back to Barack Ravid here, saying Iran gave the U.S. a new proposal for reaching a deal on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and lifting the naval blockade first, and postponing nuclear negotiations for a later stage. The Strait of Hormuz, big topic of conversation, really top of mind, not just for the U.S., but also for countries around the world. So, Jonathan, when you see this, is this a viable next step? And specifically when you think of the fact that the Trump administration really has taken a hard stand saying that, no, the nuclear program has to be involved in this as well. But is this possibly signaling maybe getting closer to some kind of an agreement?
It could be, but I think we're a lot more pessimistic having watched these negotiations unfold. I remember speaking with you even about this last year. Similar dynamics, a bit of a back and forth, but ultimately never led anywhere. So the way to really look at the negotiations is how we're going to disaggregate different angles. So is Iran going to put everything on the table, demand the maximalist request that it has? Or do we want to have a block-by-block foundation for a potential future larger agreement? And the thing with that is it makes more sense for that to be within the nuclear framework. And that is simply because there's already been some work done in the past. There's some sort of a foundation to work off of. And the first step towards that appeared to
make sure you guys are double tapping that screen as we wait for Caroline Leavitt, to basically start her press conference on what happened the other day, as well as updates in Iran, guys.
Now, if we want to include the Strait of Hormuz,
this is about the strait, guys. Breaking news today. Iran offers to open back up the strait.
Can the Islamic Republic absorb even longer of a blockade economically, given that that continues to be a major grievance of the average Iranian, that continues to be the main threat against the Islamic Republic? Or on the other hand, can the United States tolerate, or really the world, higher oil prices? So it's this standoff that is mostly now economic, but I've said this before on your show as well, that when it comes to any economic pressure, whether it's blockade or sanctions, it's two angles. Number one, you want to ensure that it's rigorously enforced, and of course it's sustained. But more importantly, you want...
So basically what you get from that, is that Iran is looking to open back up the strait. You know what I'm saying? They have basically sent an offer out, to Trump. I guess if he doesn't mess without even talking about their nuclear capabilities, something outside of that, a deal they can possibly make to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, guys. Let's get back to more of the topic with what took place with Trump.
Years ago,
Saturday.
Story, and in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that.
As we read on Caroline Leavitt to give us a briefing, guys.
We had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences.
That's President Trump on Saturday night calling on Americans to resolve their differences peacefully as the nation grapples with yet another attempt on the president's life. A gunman rushing the Secret Service checkpoint at the Washington Hilton during the White House Correspondents' Dinner Saturday night. Police say the 31-year-old from California was armed with multiple weapons as he opened fire. He did get one shot out on a Secret Service officer, but he was wearing a bulletproof vest and will be okay. The suspect, meanwhile, is expected in court today for arraignment. Law enforcement telling Fox News he had a manifesto outlining his intent and his motives, including targeting Trump and Trump administration.
He just happened to have a manifesto,
emphasizing
guys.
the need for the White House ballroom. I spoke with him yesterday, and he told me that a room like that cannot be secured because you've got thousands of people sitting on top of one another, and we need a ballroom. Then he also posted this. He said the event would never have happened with the militarily top secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. It cannot be built fast enough. Joining me now is Florida Senator Rick Scott, a member of the Senate Homeland Security Committee. Senator, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for being here, and your colleagues, Democrats on your committee, are investigating the White House ballroom financing. We know the taxpayers are not even footing the bill. It's all donors. Where do you think that stands now?
Well, Marie, first off, this has to stop. I'm glad that President Trump and the First Lady are safe, and I'm glad everybody there was safe. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all law enforcement for what they do. We do have to get more information, and I hope they continue to put out all the information so every American's informed of what's going on. But Democrats are going to have to start showing up. I mean, this is ridiculous. Not funding Homeland Security, trying to stop a ballroom.
You didn't get hit not one time, guys.
Not paying Secret Service. Not calling out people that want President Trump and other elected murdered. There's a guy, Hassan Piker, that says all capitalists ought to be killed. He glorifies the killer of the United Healthcare CEO. He wants me killed. And these Democrats go campaign with him, go to Cuba and campaign with him, go to Michigan and campaign with this guy. Democrats are going to have to decide, we want a safe country. Look,
Absolutely.
I might completely disagree with the presidency of Obama and Biden. I didn't want them murdered. Democrats won't even call out these people for who they are. They want President Trump. They want people, Republicans murdered all across this country.
Wow, that's strange. That's strong words
Democrats
right
are going
there.
to have to start acting like individuals that
Wow.
want safety for all Americans. Fund Homeland Security. We have people dying because of illegal aliens. They don't care. I mean, I've got a picture. These are 4 young women killed by illegal aliens. And Democrats say they don't care. President Trump has 3 assassination attempts. They don't care. This is despicable. They need to they need to show up and act like Americans.
This is despicable.
Yeah, it's true. You're right. They need to show up. There was one Democrat, Marie Glusenkamp Perez, who publicly said on Twitter yesterday or the day before, stop trying to kill President Trump. Stop trying to murder President Trump, she posted. One. It's just amazing that we haven't heard more of this. No, you're right. Now, suddenly, funding DHS has become an urgency for the Republicans, but not so for your colleagues on the left. I spoke with your colleague, Ron Johnson, yesterday, and Jason Smith, the head of the House Ways and Means Committee. So I want to get your take on that. Here's what they told me yesterday. Watch this.
We need to hold a vote right away on Monday or Tuesday to take up the House bill that fully funds DHS, and all we need is 7 Democrats.
Yeah. So
and if we don't get that, again, I've been pretty public about agreeing with President Trump. We need to end that filibuster. This gridlock, this obnoxious obstruction by the Democrats cannot go on.
Is this going to be the incident that gets your colleagues on the left to actually come along and help you fund DHS? Do you think this accelerates that this upcoming week?
It certainly should. So many of the Senate Democrats ran as moderates. Now, are they really? Let's have those 7 Democrat moderates. I know John Fetterman will step up the plate. Where are the other 6 that'll step up the plate in this moment of national danger? After this moment, we want a safe and secure nation. Why the left and why Democrats are supporting the radical left who want to defund police, want to defund ICE and CBP? I don't get it. All we need is 6 more Democrats to join us to fund all of DHS.
You just said you need 6 or 7 Democrats. That's assuming you have 100% support from Republicans.
Oh, we will.
100%?
Yes, absolutely. For funding DHS, absolutely. We've taken vote after vote after vote. Senate Republicans have voted to fund all of DHS. It's the Democrats that refuse to do that.
Now, the radical left has been filibustering the funding of the Department of Homeland Security for 72 days now. We need to use every tool we possibly can. We need to be back in Washington on Monday or Tuesday, and I think it should be Monday. There's a bill setting over on the Senate side right now to fund all of Department of Homeland Security that's continued to be filibustered by the radical left Democrats. There's a bill in the House of Representatives that funds all of Department of Homeland Security except for ICE and Customs and Border Patrol. Let's at least start taking things off the table. Get it funded, move on. The Secret Service deserves to be paid for. The Coast Guard, FEMA, you name it, all of this should be funded.
The idea that we are in the middle of a war and the Department of Homeland Security is not fully open and funded is just extraordinary. Do you believe you have 100% support to do that from Republicans? Then what do you need, 6 or 7 Democrats?
It's absolutely reckless that people aren't doing it. But in the Senate, without a doubt, all 53 Republicans will vote for it. We need 7 Democrats to join in. If there's a lapse in government funding, that filibuster should go out the door and things should be passed with 51 votes. And that would incentivize every senator to come to the table, work together. But if they don't, the filibuster should be out the door in the times of a lapse of funding like we're in right now for the last 72 days.
So what about that? What about that, Senator?
Well, number one, we ought to take a vote, when we get back there today, we ought to take a vote on funding all of Homeland Security. If they don't do it, first off, we should never have been in this position. We should never have allowed all the Democrats' priorities being passed in January and then ours not being passed, Homeland Security. But if it doesn't pass, then we either have to have a talking filibuster and make people talk, the Democrats talk, or get rid of it. Because it was never supposed to stop a budget or stop a bill. It was stop debate. So do one of 2 things. Either Democrats are going to come along or we're going to get rid of the filibuster.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, a talking filibuster is not going to do anything. You've got all those, the bird rules that put you on handicap to really, you can't really do anything in terms of the talking filibuster. So the question is, are you willing to take that move? Are you willing to actually push to get rid of the filibuster?
We don't have a choice.
But John Thune would say you don't really have the support in the Senate to do that.
Well, I think let's put everybody on the record. We have to fund government. We have to fund Homeland Security, TSA, Secret Service, Coast Guard. I mean, what are the Democrats doing? And if they won't, it was never supposed to be done this way.
And real quick, Senator, before you go, on the Iran package, I know that they are wanting the president to consider their latest.
We ain't talking about Iran right now. We talking about, he gave us a little insight, man. He was most definitely on the, I guess, Trump side of things. You know what I'm saying? Basically saying, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? It's just, this is just crazy. This just don't make sense. All right, so more on Corey Allen, guys, in this alleged manifesto that he left.
Charging through security and opening fire at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is set to appear in court for his arraignment in the coming hours. 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen, a part-time teacher from California. He's facing federal firearm and assault charges. You see him here in this photo. We have learned that the suspect purchased 2 firearms legally in recent years. A shotgun. And just before the attack, he allegedly sent a note to family members expressing political anger and plans to target members of the administration. Well, he wrote in that note, quote, "I don't expect forgiveness."
We did obtain this so-called manifesto. That is what agents
and
administration officials are referring to, these writings from the suspect. We are told that he sent this manifesto to his family members roughly 10 minutes before the incident occurred. But these officials also told me that the family members did not see this until after the incident, and that's when they reported it to local authorities. One thing is clear, though. In these writings, this suspect did set out to harm cabinet officials in Trump's cabinet. In fact, this line in particular, it says, administration
straight from
officials,
the
they are
manifesto,
targeted,
guys.
prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. And then he goes into saying that he's not going to be targeting law enforcement. Of course, we know he did end up exchanging fire with one of those agents who, of course, thankfully was wearing protective gear and is expected to be all right.
So joining me now is CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe. So Andy, to start, can you talk about the value of a manifesto? I have to admit, when there are mass shootings,
Most
we tend
definitely
not to
left a
quote from them.
manifesto, guys.
What's going to be significant in this?
Yeah, Audie, so the primary thing that investigators are looking for right off the bat is to make sure that there's no evidence of additional plotting. Are there other people connected to this person who might be like-minded, who are thinking about doing the same thing, or who may have helped him execute his plan? And so the manifesto can be enormously helpful with that. Once you've resolved that question in your mind, you're fairly confident that there's no one else involved here, there's still a real a high priority on mining as much intelligence as you possibly can about why this person did what they did. And let's be clear, investigators are collecting evidence to be able to help prove the prosecution. That's going on in one channel, but alongside that is a broader scope of intelligence that you're looking for to answer that why question. And the reason is, the more we learn about why people resort to political violence or arm themselves with weapons and go into events like this, the better we can get at spotting threats and mitigating these sort of threats before they happen. So it's a constant thing that law enforcement is always doing.
And sadly, something that's not so unusual, he actually sent his messages to his brother, to family members. They actually contacted the police department, I think it was in New London, Connecticut,
And
to
his
talk about
family
their
turned him in,
concern.
guys.
Can you talk about what that means? Like, is the family going to be part of this investigation now? And how can families be helpful in these incidents?
There's no question that they will approach each one of these family members, those who receive the manifestos and possibly others, and to request that they sit down and subject themselves to interviews, not anything that could result in them getting in trouble. That's not the focus here. But you want to really know about that communication, about how it was received, and really about the relationship
and how they
preceding
didn't hit
that communication.
the
How did we
gunman
get
not
to
one
this point?
time.
The family members can be of enormous significance to an investigation. Probably the most famous example of that is, of course, the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, who wrote that monstrous manifesto that he sent to the New York Times and the Washington Post, and which was ultimately identified by his brother, his family member, who was able to kind of unravel the mystery of who the Unabomber was for us. That's obviously not the situation here, but nevertheless, getting to that, answering that question of why, those family members could be really helpful in that.
Before I let you go, can you tell us what the next steps are? Does he appear in court? Like, what happens?
Yeah, so he'll appear in court today. He'll be arraigned or officially charged in public with the offenses. We should hear some additional details from the prosecutors about what's been uncovered in the investigation so far. I'm quite confident he'll be detained. He'll be held in jail pending the remainder of the investigation and his prosecution. And ultimately, if he decides to contest these charges, he'll go to trial. That wouldn't happen for quite some time. Although I should also add, I expect these charges to be added to with additional charges as the investigation continues.
Authorities have the writings from the suspect from a national security standpoint, and for
They're
projecting
speaking on the
forward rather than
manifesto,
looking
guys.
backward. What do you do with those writings now?
So it gives us obviously a sense of motive that he was getting more interested in left-wing causes, began to hate Donald Trump and the administration. I think for purposes of radicalization and political violence, what we want to know, or what's scary about this, is the sort of what we call the short runway of radicalization, which is essentially these things are happening so fast now. His family says he's not really engaged. He doesn't have a criminal record. And then, very quickly, he becomes the person who tries to assassinate the president. That's a challenge for law enforcement. And it means families, as we might have seen this family do, must take it very seriously and try to intervene.
What do you make of the man's writings that he sent to family just before the attack?
Well, look, you and I have covered so many acts of violence where there is often a lingering question about what was a motive. And sometimes that's laborious work for law enforcement to try to dig into that. You take, for example, the attempted assassination against President Trump last year in Pennsylvania. To this day, there are still major questions about the motive, very mysterious. This is not that, Kate. I mean, everything that we're learning about this person from his own purported writings, he essentially lays out what the motive is. That's his deep animus for the president, for members of the Trump administration. He goes in this long kind of delusional ranting manifesto, which I won't get into to amplify, but he basically has a target list. And he goes so far as to think, okay, people are going to criticize me for doing certain things. Here's my rebuttal.
Can we get 30 more on that like, guys?
And this
30
is
more
what
on the
FBI
like button.
profilers typically call the typical group.
Can we get 30 more on that like button, guys? Double tap that screen. If you have not, that's how you hit the like button. If you're on the mobile device, or click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up. We're supposed to be off at 11. We hung out a little bit longer because I want to catch what Caroline Leavitt has to say about this entire situation, guys. Continue to double tap that screen if you have not, and most definitely subscribe to the channel if you're new.
What do we expect today? So first of all, we're not going to actually see anything, you and me and the media and the public, because this is federal court. No cameras in the courtroom, not even a live audio feed, but we will have our reporters there so people will know what's going on. This defendant will be advised of the charges against him. He will enter a plea, a not guilty plea, I'm sure. The judge will make sure he has a lawyer. If he has one he's paying, that's fine. If not, the court will appoint one for him. The judge will consider the issue of bail, which he will not get. He's going to be detained pending trial or pending the outcome of the case. And then the judge will turn potentially to scheduling issues. How quickly is this going to move? When does the government have to turn over its evidence, what we call discovery? How long do the parties have for motions? And maybe set a trial date. Usually you won't see a trial date set in an initial appearance like today, but it'll give us some sense of how fast a pace this case is on.
All right. Look, police are talking about these writings that they've found that they've linked to the suspect. And in one of them, they say he wrote, "Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused." It does sound very much like a mea culpa.
This is a mixed guy.
So I guess the question is, if he wanted to get
just so you're aware, the guy was mixed. I'm thinking white and black guy, so it's not just a black guy. It's a mixed guy.
Do you think one would be offered him?
The vast majority of federal cases, over 95%, do end up in guilty pleas as opposed to trial. That said, in this case, if I'm going back into the prosecutor's seat here, I'm not giving this guy any offer whatsoever. I do not expect this Justice Department or this U.S. Attorney in D.C. I do not expect them to give him any offer of leniency. The offer will be, you can just plead and get a life sentence. Now, he may make a strategic decision. Well, let me plead guilty and sort of throw myself at the mercy of the judge. The fact that I've accepted responsibility, if he does, may give the judge some reason to sentence somewhat lower. So you could see what we would call, what I would consider a one-sided plea, where the defendant goes in, prosecutor doesn't have an agreement, but the defendant just says, "Judge, I'm guilty. I'm at your will."
All right, we'll have to see what happens during this arraignment. Look, the writings also show that this was politically based. And if those writings are indeed his, when you look at that, could there be any additional charges in this case?
The writings are crucial evidence. First of all, it confirms beyond any question it is him. It confirms that he planned this, that this was intentional, and it could well support additional charges. He's currently charged with using a firearm in the course of a crime of violence and with assault on a federal official. If you're a prosecutor and you want to add an attempted assassination charge, and the writings say, "This is my goal, I'm trying to kill the president, the vice president, others," that would be the basis for an attempted assassination charge. And I do expect prosecutors will add charges, maybe as soon as today, maybe within the coming days. And given what we know about the writings, I do expect there to be attempted assassination charges added to this case.
Wow. All right, so we have the press conference, Caroline Leavitt, underway, guys. Hold on. Let me get us over here to where they at. Over here. It's about to get ready to start any second, guys. So what do y'all think about the alleged assassination attempt on Trump, guys, as we wait for Caroline Leavitt to take the stage, guys? Should be here any second. They just got everything together. She should be coming to the podium any second now, guys. I hope they do all the charges. America the greatest. Absolutely. Man, but this is just crazy. How he was able to just basically just get by, get by Secret Service and not be hit with that many officers out there discharging their weapons. He only shot once. People heard 5 to 6 shots, and he wasn't unalive, guys. I find that very, very strange. That is strange to me. These are some of the most trained people in the world.
Matt Gutman was inside the ballroom when shots were heard. Matt, you quickly pulled out your phone to document in real time what it felt like from where you were. You join us now from outside the hotel. What are we learning about the suspect and his potential motive this morning?
Our sources are telling us right now that the suspect used the size of the Washington Hilton, which you can see sort of spanning that block behind me, to his advantage. There are multiple staircases, and they say he went down them to evade security, carrying that bag full of weapons. Now, you mentioned those writings earlier. He expressed deep anger at the administration, and also in those writings, he said he was targeting administration officials from highest ranking to lowest.
It was just after 8:30 p.m.
All of those shots, and now hit the suspect.
From the back of the White House Correspondents' Dinner sent us scrambling, many ducking under tables as Secret Service rushed the president and other Trump cabinet members from the room.
It's absolute mayhem inside. Reports of some sort of shots. I was sitting 3 rows up from the president.
Less than 2 hours later, President Trump posted surveillance footage of the suspect racing through a Secret Service checkpoint toward the ballroom.
And not getting hit.
And these images of him shirtless and handcuffed on the floor. Law enforcement sources tell CBS News the suspect is 31-year-old Cole Allen, a teacher from Southern California who was awarded Teacher of the Month at a college prep academy in December of 2024. He left for Washington from Los Angeles
on a
by
train
last Tuesday, checking into the Washington Hilton on Friday, just a day before the dinner.
Multiple sources have told CBS News that the suspect stayed somewhere here at the end of the corridor on the 10th floor of this hotel. But there's something I want you to see.
All right, guys, we're going to hold it right here.
Rooms.
We're going to hold it right here. We got Caroline Leavitt has stepped to the podium, guys. Let's get there live.
Long-standing and special relationship between the United States and the United
Caroline Leavitt live, guys.
As I told many of you on Friday afternoon, I thought that would be my last time taking your questions until after my maternity leave. But given the attempted assassination of the president and, quote, top Trump administration officials, as the depraved shooter noted in his manifesto at the White House Correspondents Association dinner on Saturday evening, I felt it was prudent to be here today to answer your questions and inform the American people about how the administration is responding to yet another attempt on President Trump's life. Saturday was supposed to be a joyful evening, celebrating free speech and the First Amendment with all of you, members of the press. Instead, the night was hijacked by a crazed anti-Trump individual who traveled across the country to assassinate the president and as many administration officials as possible. This is the third major assassination attempt against President Trump in 2 years. No other president in history has faced such repeated, serious attempts on his life. First and foremost, the president, the first lady, and everyone in this White House are extraordinarily grateful to the brave law enforcement professionals who sprang into action to apprehend the would-be assassin and keep all of us safe. The president would especially like to express his gratitude to the men and women of the United States Secret Service who acted with the utmost professionalism, courage, and sense of duty. This includes the heroic agent who took a bullet to the chest. Thankfully, he was saved by his bulletproof vest. Minutes after returning here to the White House to the Oval Office, despite fighting Secret Service to try to stay and keep the dinner going on Saturday, ahead of addressing you here in the briefing room, President Trump was intent on speaking to this brave agent to ensure he was okay. And the agent assured the president that he was. As you know, I was seated next to President Trump and the First Lady when the shots were fired before Secret Service swiftly moved us to safety backstage. The president's calm in the face of chaos, while yet another individual was trying to take his life, was really remarkable to witness, and it's something I will never forget. President Trump is fearless because he loves this country and he is willing to put his own life on the line to deliver on the promises that he made to the American public who elected him here into the highest office in the land. And while we are blessed to have a fearless president, we should not live in a country where such constant fear of political violence permeates our society every single day. We can and we should have fierce disagreement in this country. As you all know, we disagree often, myself in this role and all of you in the news media, but those disagreements must remain peaceful. Debating, peaceful protesting, and voting are how we need to settle disagreements, not bullets. Nobody in recent years has faced more bullets and more violence than President Trump.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Check this out. I want to draw y'all attention to what she said before, the dinner even happened. And then we'll go back to her live. Hold on just a brief second. Check this out, y'all. This is what she said. Caroline Leavitt being interviewed before the dinner.
Is he not? He is ready to rumble.
Uh-huh.
I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
There'll be some shots fired tonight. Now, some people with the conspiracy say, hey, she just told us it was going to happen before it happened. Some people say, hey, she was just being sarcastic. He was going to be, firing hypothetical shots and not real ones. But yeah, she said this, guy.
So everyone should tune in. It's
And
gonna
we'll
be
go
really
right
great.
back to
I'm
her
looking
live.
forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
Ready to rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble.
Uh-huh.
I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
How ironic is that, guys? However you take it, she most definitely said it. I'm just saying, I just wanted y'all to know that actually happened. She actually said that. But let's get back to her live.
From a systemic demonization of him and his supporters by commentators, yes, by elected members of the Democrat Party, and even some in the media. This hateful and constant and violent rhetoric directed at President Trump day after day after day for 11 years has helped to legitimize this violence and bring us to this dark moment. Those who constantly falsely label and slander the president as a fascist, as a threat to democracy, and compare him to Hitler to score political points are fueling this kind of violence. The left-wing cult of hatred against the president and all of those who support him and work for him has gotten multiple people hurt and killed, and it almost did so again this weekend. When you read the manifesto of this shooter, ask yourselves, how different is the rhetoric from this almost assassin than what you read on social media and hear in various forums every single day? The answer, if you're being honest with yourself, is that there is no difference at all. Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many. For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow.
Oh, wow.
Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night. As President Trump said on Saturday night at this podium, we as Americans must recommit ourselves to resolving our differences peacefully and uniting around the shared values that make our country great. The deranged lies and smears against the president, his family, his supporters have led crazy people to believe crazy things, and they are inspired to commit violence because of those words. It has to stop. And one more point. Saturday night served as yet another reminder of how important it is to fund the Department of Homeland Security. It is shameful that the United States Congress has kept this vital agency defunded for 73 days. The longest shutdown of a federal agency in U.S. history. The Secret Service is a vital component of DHS. It has been directly impacted by this reckless political gamesmanship. Everyone in this room who was there on Saturday night witnessed the heroes of Secret Service and federal law enforcement jump into action in the face of grave danger and uncertainty. Agents put their own lives in harm's way to protect the president, the first lady, the vice president, and members of the cabinet. One agent can be seen in video footage literally jumping onto the stage, not knowing where the attacker was or where the bullets were coming from at that point, to place his body in front of the president of the United States. These men and women are heroes. They perform their duties daily, and they have children and families too. And they do it despite the political turmoil surrounding their agency. Make no mistake, this defunding of DHS should be a national scandal. If Republicans defunded DHS and we saw another attempted assassination on a Democrat president, I would hope that the media coverage would be relentless and unforgiving, and I hope that it continues to be now.
Wow.
With the World Cup, America 250, the 2028 Olympics, and a presidential election all ahead, the Democrats' obstruction is placing an enormous and totally pointless burden on the Secret Service that can get more people killed. Enough is enough. There should be no further debate about this. Democrats need to do what President Trump has been calling on them to do for 73 days in a row and fund the Department of Homeland Security, period. This is a national emergency, and every member of Congress needs to put their country over party and get the Department of Homeland Security.
This is live, guys.
With that, I will take a few of your questions today. Daniel, thank you for being here.
She didn't even speak on Iran. Told me about the situation that just happened, guys.
Came here, he emphasized that law enforcement did their job, keeping everyone safe for dinner. House Speaker Mike Johnson came out and said he believes the president needs greater protection. What is the White House's message to the millions of Americans who wake up here today nervous, uneasy about the safety of the president at events like this and the safety of other cabinet members?
Well, we certainly understand their fears and their worries. As you heard from the president himself, he continues to have trust in the United States Secret Service. As I just said, these are great men and women who are doing their jobs and performing their duties honorably. As we all witnessed on Saturday evening, within minutes, the president, the first lady, the vice president, members of the president's cabinet were ushered out of the room. The perpetrator who sought to inflict massive harm, as we all now know with the release of the manifesto on administration officials and the president himself, was stopped at the security parameter that was set up. He tried to charge through it, as you saw on video, and he was quickly neutralized by Secret Service, and thank God that he was. With that said, obviously, the White House is always asking the tough questions and ensuring the safety of the president. I understand there will be a meeting early this week convened by the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, with top DHS leadership, members of the United States Secret Service, and our own operations team here to ensure the safety and the security of the president, as we do have many of these major events moving forward. So we're always monitoring operations and procedures, always asking the tough questions to ensure the president is safe, and the American people should be assured there's no higher priority for the president and his staff than the president's safety.
On Friday, you said that you thought that gaggle out of the sticks would be your last one before your baby. Back in 2024, when the president had the attempt on his life, Butler, you cut your maternity leave short back then. You're obviously back here today after Saturday. Can you just elaborate a little bit why you?
Now they're bringing up the attempts on the president's life from years ago.
It's sort of crazy timing when you put it that way for both children with 2 assassination attempts against the president. I'm honored to work in this job. I view this job as the president's spokesperson and the White House spokeswoman as public service. It's not just any job. I'm honored to do it, and I'm honored to work and speak on behalf of President Trump, who has faced unprecedented adversity and challenges, and I'm honored to work for him. And again, as I witnessed on Saturday night, just his dogged resolve and determination to get back onto the stage, and he was pushing Secret Service and law enforcement to allow him to address. And that really, I think, hopefully gives the country the type of strength that we need. And I certainly know, as his spokeswoman, and I can speak on behalf of all of the staff here at the White House, the president inspires all of us to just keep going and keep fighting every day. Thanks, Daniel. And congrats to you on your new baby. He's beautiful. Aisha.
Just from the rhetoric, you mentioned the First Lady and Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel's comments were, Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. And he said this days before the shooting, but there does seem to be a normalization of rhetoric about assassinating this particular president. How can this administration try to put an end to this?
Well, I think you heard it directly from the president on Saturday night, Aisha, that in his words, we need to recommit ourselves as a country to toning down the rhetoric and to unifying around what makes our country great. That's true of everyone who works in this White House. But as I said, it's also true of everyone who has a voice and a platform across this country, whether you're on television, a podcast host, people listen. And when you have mentally disturbed individuals across the country who are listening to this crazed rhetoric about the president day after day after day, it inspires them to do crazy things. And unfortunately, it's not just the media, it is the entire Democrat Party has made their pitch to voters across the country that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to democracy, that he is a fascist, and that they compare him to Hitler. I mean, these are despicable statements that the American people have been consuming for years. And so many mentally perturbed individuals are led to believe these words are truth and then are inspired to act on it. I have a whole host of examples that we can share with you after. It is pages and pages of major Democrat Party elected officials saying, such as Rep. Hakeem Jeffries just this month said, "We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time." Governor Josh Shapiro said heads need to roll within the administration. Senator Alex Padilla said people are, quote, dying because of fear and terror caused by the Trump administration. Senator Elizabeth Warren, President Trump is making the country look like a, quote, fascist state. Senator Adam Schiff saying President Trump using a dictator playbook. Senator Ed Markey calling President Trump a dictator, saying that this administration's actions are authoritarianism on steroids. Governor J.B. Pritzker, never before in my life have I called for mass protest disruptions. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. You have Rep. Presley saying, "We'll see you in the streets." Rep. Monica McIver, a Democrat representative on Capitol Hill, "We will not take this shit from Donald Trump. He thinks he's a dictator. We are at war."
Oh, hey, they are.
Democrat
Wow.
officials calling for war against the president of the United States and his supporters. I could go on and on, but again, when you have people in positions of power that are saying things like this every single day for years, you are inspiring violence by people who are already mentally ill. And that's what we've seen against this president for far too long.
Disinformation and misinformation online. There will be bite-sized clips that will go viral to the point where there are Americans in this country that believe that what happened Saturday night was staged. How does this White House tackle that with social media companies out there, whether it's X, Facebook, Instagram? How do they work with these companies to make sure that doesn't get out of control?
It's certainly a good question, Aisha. I don't have tangible answers for you on what we're doing with social media companies, if anything at all. What I will say is it's very important to us that we get the truth and the facts about this case and any case out there as quickly as possible to dispel some of that crazy nonsense that you do see running rampant online. And I think the Department of Justice and the FBI thus far have done a good job of disseminating the truth and the facts about this alleged attempted assassin, the perpetrator in this case. And I understand he'll be arraigned in court very soon. You all see that, in the Department of Justice will be giving a briefing and an update later today. So as far as we're concerned, just providing maximum transparency, and hopefully people will believe the truth rather than the lies and the conspiracies that so often do go crazy on social media.
He's due in court today. They said that Patel and them will be having a briefing as well.
Or did the protocols work as they were designed?
The president has said he believes that the protocols worked. Again, you had a perpetrator who tried to breach the security parameter that was set up by Secret Service, and he was running as fast as he could and was immediately neutralized moments later. And again, having been right up there on the stage with the president and the first lady, I can tell you it was seconds before we were told to get down, and it was seconds before we found ourselves in the hold room backstage. It all happened literally within a matter of seconds. The president, the vice president, and the first lady being pulled to safety. That is not done if there's a lapse. So Secret Service did their jobs well. They communicated with one another to remove the president and the vice president to safety as quickly as they could, and obviously to neutralize the shooter as well. And thank God they did, because if that man was allowed into that ballroom, it would have been a much different scene.
And just one more follow-up on just how the White House could be rethinking security protocols going forward. I mean, we all remember after the attempted assassination in Butler, there were indoor rallies that were held after that.
Is that out of the question, changing any additional security protocols when it comes to how the president does these events that are outside of the White House?
I definitely wouldn't say changes are out of the question. I think, again, that it's up to the White House here, and we view it as a great responsibility to ensure the maximum safety of the president and the vice president and the entire cabinet. And so we're always looking for ways to improve security. I think if you just sit here and say everything is perfect all the time, that's not a good way to operate. And so the White House will continue to engage with DHS and with Secret Service to find ways to improve and strengthen security. But as far as Saturday night is concerned, the president was satisfied with the response, and he's very grateful to the men and women who provided the response for him and his wife and members of his team.
Deanna. Thanks, Caroline. The president has talked about rescheduling the dinner within 30 days. Does he have a specific venue in mind? And would he consider hosting it at the White House?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a room big enough here at the White House, which is another point to be made. And the president is absolutely right. It's why the White House Ballroom project is not just a fun project for President Trump, like you will read in the media. It is actually critical for our national security that a larger, secure building on this complex, which is the most secure complex in the world, is built to accommodate not only large amounts of guests, but also the president, the vice president, members of the cabinet. The line of succession in this country should be able to gather freely in safety without the fear of threats or political violence. And the White House Ballroom will provide that. And so it's critical that we get this project done as quickly as possible.
Ron as well.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, if that's all right. First, on the security situation on Saturday, kind of a follow-up here. Previous administrations have sent both the president and the vice president to the dinner. But after the foiled attack on Saturday, if the dinner is rescheduled, would President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance both plan on attending? And is it wise to have both of them in the same spot, given the presidential line of succession you mentioned a second ago?
It's definitely a good question, and I know that it's one that will be raised. I can assure you the president intends to attend the event, as he has told all of you publicly. I don't want to rule in or out the vice president's attendance, but certainly that's a conversation that will take place.
Iran has proposed a mutual reopening of the strait, leaving the nuclear discussion for later in the process. Given that the nuclear program has been a red line for this administration, would the president agree to that kind of phased negotiation?
Well, only because it's been reported. I will confirm the president has met with his national security team this morning. The meeting may be ongoing, maybe not. I don't want to speak affirmatively because I was prepping to come out here, but the proposal was being discussed. I don't want to get ahead of the president or his national security team. What I will reiterate is that the president's red lines with respect to Iran have been made very, very clear, not just to the American public, but also to them as well. I wouldn't say they're considering it. I would just say that there was a discussion this morning that I don't want to get ahead of, and you'll hear directly from the president, I'm sure, on this topic very soon.
I'm going to ask you about the Fed chairman, but first, 3 assassination attempts in 3 years. Is this going to change the type of events that the president goes to?
Thank you for that 10. I just now seen it. Thank you.
Forward. But as you heard from President Trump, he does not want these deranged lunatics.
Shout out to all the War in my head. Got the trap house jumping like Jordan over here. Let's go, all the War. You know I'm on it.
And I
Thank you for that 10.
Thing for him to say. It'd be very easy for him to just hunker down here at the White House where he knows he's safe. But the president wants to be out across the country. He wants to go across the country to meet with Americans. He wants to celebrate the 250th birthday of our nation's anniversary this summer. As you know, we're gearing up for a big UFC fight here on the South Lawn. So there's many exciting events I know the president wants to be part of and will be part of moving forward. He's undeterred in that way, and it's something that inspires all of us here to keep going.
Senator Tillis is now dropping his objection to allowing Kevin Warsh to be confirmed because the DOJ has closed their investigation. Is the president satisfied that an inspector general report into the Federal Reserve is enough to look into these renovations?
The president understands that the inspector general has greater tools at their disposal, perhaps even more powerful than a grand jury, to continue investigating the financial mismanagement of the Fed building, which is a priority for the president. Look, he's a builder himself. When he sees something has a lot of cost overruns, is taking too long, and in this case, ripping off the American taxpayer, he wants to get to the bottom of it. I understand Senator Tillis put out a statement saying he'll support Kevin Warsh's confirmation. That has been our position all along from day one. He is more than qualified for the job, and we look forward to working with the Senate on his swift confirmation process. Megan.
As a follow-up on that, on Warsh, will the president be satisfied once the Fed's Inspector General finishes that investigation, even if it finds no evidence of wrongdoing?
Well, that's a hypothetical question. I'll let the president speak on it when we see the results. It's obviously far too early to say.
And relatedly, as a follow-up, now that it looks like Warsh will be confirmed by the end of Jay Powell's term, is he still considering firing Jay Powell if he stays on as governor after that?
I haven't talked to him about it specifically, but I think the president will be satisfied once Kevin Warsh is confirmed as the Fed chair, which he should be. Karen.
On Iran, the president had said last week that the U.S. has started the process.
They quickly moved over the situation from the other day, and now they're speaking on Iran. Shout out to you, Kelly. It's just me that did all of them seem way too happy last night. Even Melania looked happy, and she never looks happy sitting next to Donald. The hell is happening? I don't know. Shout out to you, Kelly. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel if you're new.
Said that the White House is reviewing the security protocols for things that could be done differently in the future. Have you identified anything so far that you would like to see done differently, or ask the Secret Service any changes in the security protocol?
You know he's not in danger faking Tim's game support among his people might fool them, but the rest of the country knows better, allegedly. Okay, all right, what's up, Ken?
Earlier half of this week, so those conversations will take place.
And on the line of success,
and I would also just add, look, the Secret Service does not detail their procedures or operations to the public for obvious reasons, because you have crazy people who try to hijack them and get around them. So these conversations will take place in private, but if adjustments need to be made to protect the president, they will be made.
the White House discussed doing like it does, for instance, with a joint address to Congress for these large events, and designating someone as the designated survivor for future large events that the cabinet attends.
Well, those conversations ahead of the walk of dinner did take place, but there were several members of the cabinet in the line of succession who did not attend for various personal reasons. So designating one survivor was not necessary, as we had several members who were not there already.
Caroline, people forced to dive under tables and fearing for their lives on Saturday night, including many of the people in this room, myself included. What is the president's message to those people who experienced that terrible trauma and maybe are still fearful today?
I think he would say, as he sort of did on Saturday night, coming in here in his tuxedo, we can't allow these crazy people to let us be afraid. We have to keep moving forward, showing up, doing our job, celebrating our country, and doing what we know is right. But certainly we'd like to see the rhetoric against this president and his supporters toned down, because it is inspiring these crazy people across the country to target not just the president, but those who work for him and those who support him. And it must end.
Is he following the arraignment of the suspect today?
Yes, he is. And I know you all want to follow that too. It's happening in a few minutes. So I'll let you all go. The Department of Justice is also.
She said it's happening in a few minutes.
Momentarily following the arraignment. And I pray that this is the last time I speak to you for some time until after my maternity leave. So thank you, guys.
So we heard from Caroline Leavitt, guys, once again, basically saying, hey, man, this was a tragic event. How dare people, try to make it something that is not, after hearing her say this.
In the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit. In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
To rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble. I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit.
Crazy, huh, guys? All right. So we got the arraignment. I don't know if I want to stay for the arraignment or not, guys. We got the arraignment coming up in like 30 minutes, when it comes to Kash Patel and the FBI coming out and speaking on this whole entire situation as well, announcing whatever charges the suspect is going to face and other things. But I'm like, man, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Jesus. But let's go here for a second. You know what I'm saying? Let's hear Trump call that reporter a disgrace again about the questions that was asked of him. during her interview, guys. We'll go here. I'll see how I feel with the Cash Patel situation. Y'all want to wait on Cash Patel and them, or are y'all good? Should we leave and take a restroom break or something? Let me know in the comments. Is it time to go, or y'all trying to hear Cash? We just heard from Caroline. Cash Patel and them speak next.
Interview with 60 Minutes overnight on the event itself and the investigation. There was one question he really did not like. Let's get to CNN chief media analyst.
We got 30 minutes until Cash Patel.
Good morning to you. Long time no see.
Yeah, hey, good morning. Axios put it really well this morning. It said one uncomfortable question was all it took for President Trump to resume hostilities with the media. Here is that exchange with CBS's Norah O'Donnell from last night.
He writes this quote, "Administration officials, they are targets." And he also wrote this, "I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes." What's your reaction?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. You should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace.
Called a disgrace.
I want to tell you
face.
two things about that. Number one, this is President Trump as we've always known him. This is not surprising. What was surprising was that on Saturday night, he was calm and respectful. He showed, a different demeanor toward the press corps. People wondered if that was going to last. Now we know it's not going to last. His final post on Truth Social before the dinner was attacking the New York Times, and now he's mad at CBS. I also want to note that CBS is owned by Paramount, which is trying to buy WBD, the parent company of CNN. On Thursday night in Washington, Paramount held a dinner honoring the Trump White House. The president was there. Norah O'Donnell was reportedly there as well. I don't know that for a fact, but it was reported that she was there. So there was this report about schmoozing between CBS and Trump. And yet, on Sunday night, a tough, important, fair interview by CBS of the president, one the president bristled at. Just want viewers to notice that as you read about Paramount trying to take over CNN.
Can you talk about leading up to the dinner, what was going on between Trump and CBS?
Trump and
It's been a
CBS got
long,
beef.
tenuous relationship, Audie. CBS's parent company, Paramount, is seeking regulatory approval to
Can we
acquire
get 7 more on that like button,
Discovery,
guys? We
also
almost
company
at 600 on the like.
And
7
leading
more
up to
people
that,
double tap
a lot
that
of
screen if you
outsiders
don't mind.
believe that CBS News
Or
and
click the 3
Paramount
dots in
made
the right
certain
hand corner, hit
concessions
that
to be able
thumbs
to
up. Let's get the
ensure
likes to
that they could be
to
in Trump's
600,
good
guys.
graces to get that regulatory approval. So, for example, they settled for $16 million a $20 billion lawsuit that legal experts believe they could have won with the president. They canceled Steve Colbert's show, which they said was for financial reasons. And then they hired this woman named Bari Weiss. They acquired her website, The Free Press, and put her in charge of CBS News. And people feel like all of these moves were done to placate the administration. So then for Donald Trump to come out now on live air and bash 60 Minutes, it's a really great example of the fact that you could do everything that you want to try to game the system, to try to develop a strong relationship with the president. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it serves him to continue to call the mainstream media fake news and bash the press.
At the same time, he talked pretty positively about the dinner experience.
Thank you, Sandy.
Itself, kind of before the attack. And it did seem like somehow CBS, especially with the White House Correspondents' Dinner president being from CBS, had opened a door to him for the White House press corps for a relationship that has been so acrimonious.
Donald Trump is an opportunist. He is one of these people who understands very well how to work the media to be able to get what he needs out of the media. And as a result of that, he can have it both ways. He can say that this was becoming a very, improved relationship on one end.
Say she was
and then
rude.
when it doesn't serve him, when he's being tossed a question he doesn't like, just revert back to the talking points that the mainstream media is fake news and that they're not nice to conservatives. And so that's the reason you're going to always see that polar response. He's done that in so many different situations. I think one thing that the president does very well, he picks his moments where he knows that unity is a winning message, not just for him, but for the entire country. And in a moment where there's potentially a very serious attack, he knew that that was the moment to continue on this message of unity, as opposed to continuing on this message of fighting between the press corps and his administration.
The context to this, frankly, is the relationship between the Trump administration and CBS, the lawsuit they settled with him, the Ellisons.
So they
and their
basically
purchase,
point at some kind
with
of beef
Paramount.
between
And
Trump
I have to say,
and
they had many tables directly
CBS
in front
guys.
of the room, and it seemed like a warm relationship.
When they had a dinner last Thursday where the president attended with David Ellison. They also have a regulatory process approving the merger going through, which the president and his advisors have said they're looking at very closely.
So it wasn't a
depending on the
surprise
content.
that the 60 Minutes interview was like,
The
it
one they
wasn't
went to.
Fox. Yeah,
That's
it
right.
was this. So what do you make of how it played out?
Look, I think people have to, I think people have learned this. You discount the way the president talks to the press, to any adversary, to any friend, because he's constantly transactional and he will flip on a dime. I mean, he's insulted, I'm sure, everyone here at this table at some point. He's also been, nice to us at other points. That interview, if you watch the full unedited version, goes on another 20, 30 minutes. They kind of get back into a rhythm.
It's not like he walked out.
It's
or
not like he
something
walked out again. Yeah.
What struck me is that it's not unusual for the president to lash out on the issue of Epstein. Like when I have seen these moments where he might have insulted a reporter in a really striking way, it's often around this issue. And is it still a sensitive issue?
I think just you do see just the uncomfortableness that whenever this topic comes up, and I think we should say here that he has never been, accused of any wrongdoing in this manner. But the problem is the issue of Jeffrey Epstein has remained a political problem for the Trump administration, particularly as we started to get the files out. We see just the close ties that we have had with Jeffrey Epstein and kind of the elite circles of the world, and which is also why that statement from Melania Trump a few weeks ago was shocking, because
she mentioned with the UK royal coming.
Right.
These questions are
Absolutely.
all
In this
again.
ether right now.
Francesca, can I come to you? Because as you mentioned, you've actually sat on the board for the White House Correspondents' Dinner. They've talked about rescheduling it. Do you think this relationship has improved?
Between the president and
and
the press
the
corps.
media.
I mean, look, the president does take questions on a regular basis from the press corps, including the other night when he got up at the podium and held the briefing.
And he's making phone calls.
I'm sure he's making. Well, I don't know, in your case, I think you're calling him.
Yeah, I'm calling him. But he's picking up.
But also with Caroline Leavitt expected to go out on maternity leave, we're expecting to see the president, the vice president, other officials up at the podium, so we could see the president himself personally brief in the coming days. The opportunity to be able to ask the president questions about this moving forward, as well as other administration officials, as we try to, piece together these security measures, will be really important for journalists. We're all trying to do our job in there too, and hold folks accountable.
And the question we were talking about here is, what does it mean to have an adversarial relationship, which is a defining aspect of being in the fourth estate, versus an acrimonious one? Maybe there's no difference.
Right. I mean, we have an adversarial
Was
relationship
Trump
with
wrong,
every
guys?
president. That
Do
is
y'all
the job
feel
as
that
the
Trump was
Constitution
wrong?
laid out. I have to point out here that the White House and the president banned the Associated Press for the words that we use from the press pool, and our legal fight continues. I just wanted to get that on the record.
Yeah.
But the president has had just whether this is, I know we've been talking about whether this is a turning point. I think that this has kind of been his posture towards the press for some time, right?
Yeah.
Like he and the broader.
It's an inflection point.
Right.
Given
He makes us into a foil, and he sees a political advantage.
But the public also hates it. Frankly, the comedians who come roast not just the president, but everyone in the room. It's become a symbol of something, and maybe not a symbol of something so good. So do you think it's an inflection point?
I think what will happen is the dinner will be held again. I don't know if it'll be in 30 days or not. And the president will try and use it again. I mean, the first time I've heard him celebrate the First Amendment sincerely was right afterwards in the briefing room, where he says, this wasn't about the press. This was about the First Amendment. This is about the rights of free speech. It's a tricky relationship. It is adversarial, but it's also true that our job is to build relationships with the people the American people elect. We build relationships of trust with these people so we can get information from them so that we can deliver it to the American people. And so the fact that we socialize with them or go to events with them, I mean, that is the job of reporting. Now, whether we should be wearing black tie or, in the case of the gridiron white tie, I mean, that's a separate conversation. But I don't think there's anything wrong with reporters working in Washington covering the White House, socializing or talking with White House officials outside of work.
And just to add on to that, yes, exactly. It is our job, all of us at this table, to ask questions that are in the public interest of these administration officials and continue to hold them accountable.
Well, we'll see if the relationship changes.
So was President Trump wrong, guys, for saying that the person was basically a disgrace, guys? Called her a disgrace to her face. I'm just saying, Lord, Trump, hey man, Trump most definitely is vocal, guys. He gonna say exactly what's on his mind whenever it's on his mind. A little bit more about the suspect's appearance in court today, because he is expected to make an appearance in federal court. Sometime it could be right now. He could be in there. I'm looking to see if it's anything live. Right now, we waiting on Cash Patel and them, I guess. We got about 20 more minutes, guys.
And MS Now national security analyst, former FBI supervisor, Rob D'Amico. Ken, what can we expect there in court? And what more do we know now about this suspect and the attack?
Good morning, Anna. We actually know a surprising amount about what happened with this attack and perhaps what may have motivated this suspect. Cole Allen, 31 years old, from Torrance, California, well-educated, attended Caltech, got a master's degree in computer science, was working as a teacher, by all accounts living a normal life, but somehow became radicalized and obtained these weapons, a shotgun, a handgun, and knives, and took the train across country with a plan, clearly, because he checked into this hotel knowing that that would make it easier for him to mount this attack. And then he used his access as a hotel guest to make his way down the stairs, reportedly, to the floor above the ballroom, where he charged that security checkpoint with the metal detectors and the magnetometers after most people had been already inside the ballroom. And we can see on that now infamous video, he makes it past the first layer of officers, who then draw their guns and begin shooting at him. And we don't see it in the frame, but he apparently was tackled and subdued before he could get close to that ballroom. And then
because he wasn't hit not one time. He was tackled, but with all of these agents, with all of these guns, he managed to not be hit not one time.
We're learning a lot because he sent a 1,000-word missive to his family members explaining exactly why he did this, and he said he was targeting Trump administration officials. He didn't explicitly say he wanted to kill Donald Trump, but that was the implication. He called the president a pedophile and a rapist, and said he felt like he had an obligation to take action. And all this is coming amid increasing questions, as you said, about the security posture around Donald Trump. FBI Director Kash Patel was grilled about this on Fox News. Take a listen.
Here go Kash Patel once again.
Is averaging an assassination.
They got a press conference coming up in a sec.
There's still people in leadership at the Secret Service that were responsible for Butler. How does that happen? It was a failure.
Right. I can't speak to Butler, and I agree it was a total failure. Absolutely. But I have full confidence in Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen. He oversees the United States Secret Service. I've talked to him repeatedly over the weekend, and I've spoken with him and said, whatever you need from the FBI, whatever we can assist,
Cash gonna get fired.
Better prepare to protect our protectees going forward with the United States Secret Service. This FBI stands ready to do it.
Now, President Trump and Attorney General Todd Blanche and others have said that the Secret Service succeeded here. They kept this man from harming the president. He did not make it through the last line of defense, the perimeter around the ballroom. But there are larger questions about why this event wasn't better secured. It's been that way for decades. It's an open working hotel, and increasing questions going forward about whether it can exist this way again.
That's right, Laura. There is a lot of criticism right now coming from different sides of the political spectrum, as well as from the law enforcement community, about the security on Saturday night. How is the president reacting, and is the White House adapting any of its security measures?
Anna, well, as Ken said, the president, as well as acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and many others across the administration, are saying that this was a security success story, and they've been praising the work of the Secret Service and saying that what needed to be done was done. Now, the president was
right, Leisha. I agree. That man shouldn't have never made it past, security. No way, not even the first layer, but he made it past the first layer, got to the second layer, ran through the metal detectors, and was tackled. But they pulled multiple guns on him, and he didn't get hit not one time.
asked about the security, was asked about writings by the alleged gunman, where he criticized the lack of security. CBS asked the president about this, 60 Minutes did, and here's what the president had to say.
And he wrote this quote, "I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got is nothing." He wrote, "Like, this level of incompetence is insane." Sir, you have already had two.
Well, he was pretty incompetent too because he got caught, and he got caught pretty easily. So I'd say he was pretty incompetent too. You know, I could take any.
But him leaving the manifesto, you know, he was most definitely expecting to get caught. Really, he was expecting to be unalive. So he wanted his family to know why he did what he did. So he expected in one way or the other to get caught.
And having to do with security or anything else, I can always find fault. Those guys did a good job last night. They did a really good job.
And that was a sentiment we heard. I was at the press conference that the president had after Saturday's shooting, where he said he had no.
He didn't expect to make it out.
Now, a senior White House official told MS Now again that the president personally believes that the Secret Service did an excellent job, and that Susie Wiles, his chief of staff, is going to be holding meetings with U.S. Secret Service, with the White House operations team, and Department of Homeland Security officials in order to determine if there are other security or safety protocols
How
that
they
can
get
be
through with a
taken,
shotgun in the
if
first
an
place.
event like this is to happen again, which the president says he wants to have in about 30 days. But Anna, one of the biggest takeaways from the president has been, and one of the biggest takeaways from those around him, including the Justice Department, is that they are arguing that
Kitty cat, he got
this
farther
means
than he
that
should have.
his East Wing ballroom, the 90,000 square foot ballroom, needs to be built, and that would be the safest place for the president, and that he wouldn't have to venture outside the walls of the White House. Now, that's also received criticism from former FBI agents and former Secret Service, saying that the president needs to be among the people. And what does that mean? He'll never have an event outside of the White House? We've asked the White House about that, and they haven't responded to questions about that, Anna.
And as we come back to the security on Saturday night, here's an account from the Daily Beast senator who stayed at this hotel about the security posture that
All right,
night.
we got a witness.
"I moved up and down from floor 10 all day. Nobody ever stopped me and asked me anything. I've never shown my ID except to the clerk who checked me in. I have never been searched or frisked when I checked in or moved in and out of the hotel. To get down from my room to the dinner, I simply flashed my ticket. I could have shown a photocopy."
Remember to subscribe to the
Now, we
channel if you're
understand the
new, guys.
protocol
Make
for
sure
these
you guys
events
are
isn't to
subscribing
lock
to
down
the
an
channel,
entire
man.
functioning hotel, but does this suggest hotels in the security perimeter had holes? I mean, the security perimeter wasn't shored up?
Well, obviously, I mean, a non-trained person found the gaps. So if you're going to have an open hotel, then you have to make that security perimeter tougher to get through. So the fact that they had just a pathway he could run down, if they had just had a serpentine, like, you know, I wrote that article about like a TSA at the airport where you have to go back and forth to get to the point. If they had had that up and that person then wanted to get over that, he would have had to remove it, jump it, and that would have given the agents that actually did a great job, but they didn't have to. It would have given them further distance to know that he was up to something no good before he could just run past them. So again, when you look at the
There's no way he should have made it past them, guys. There's no way he should have made it past them. It's too many guns out there. This is, I don't know. I don't think they did a good job.
Basics that you look at security things, just having a line where you have to walk back and forth or physical obstacles that you have to go around gives those agents more time to figure out his
What's up, well informed?
And that's where it comes in. If I would say it's a success if he got off the stairwell, that walking down to that and got stopped right there with weapons, they wouldn't have had to put the president on the floor. They wouldn't have had to pull the VP out. They would have notified everyone we just found the gun, and they probably would have gotten the president and vice president out.
Let's go,
but
Lisa.
not in that situation, and they wouldn't have had to have gunfire to stop them.
Yeah, that video we keep seeing is just so chilling.
There's no
Bobby,
way
you
he
just
should have made
outlined
it
the ground
past
level
all of them
security,
and
but
didn't
in
get
terms
hit.
of broader planning, the
He
Washington
shot
Post
one of
reports
them
the Trump
and
administration
came
provided
out
a lower
unscathed.
level of security than it has for other gatherings of high-ranking officials, even though the president and so many cabinet members were in attendance, according to officials familiar with the plan. And they go on to report the dinner was not designated a national special security event, which would have had Secret Service running things.
They really wanted
Bobby,
him
why
hit.
not? And how
That's
would
why
that
he
have
got through.
changed the
They just
security
had
presence?
to play it off afterwards. So let's
Well, good
go.
morning, Anna. And I do agree with a lot of what my colleague Rob
Ain't
just
no
said
way he
with
should have
respect
made
to
it through there.
distance and time being able to help us in this situation. As far as an NSSC goes, I don't think that would make a whole lot of difference in this situation. The state, local, and federal partners in and around D.C. work every day together on movements of the president and vice president. They're going to be getting ready for big events like the State of the Union and all of the different things that go around with those NSSCs. But in this instance, they need a venue that will hold this amount of people and unfortunately can provide food service. There's not really another venue that I'm aware of in D.C. that can handle this type of volume. I think that an NSSC component is not necessary because the Secret Service is following the NSSC protocols every day when it develops.
No way he should have made it through there, man. I'm
NSSC
just saying.
brings a component of time and planning of committees and all sorts of other entities getting involved. The people who needed to be involved in this are the local, state, and federal partners who work together every day and coordinated the security in this event. I'm a little
well, the form believes it may be an Epstein files deflection. Just maybe
I'm
so.
not sure how the Trump administration has a say in the level of security. We work with the White House staff, the staff and the leadership of the Bureau, the reporters group, and the hotel, as well as the Secret Service. So I'm not sure where that comment came from, and would love to know a little bit more about that. And if that was the case, that would be very concerning.
Well, the Trump administration, I think, encompasses DHS, which is, of course, in charge of the Secret Service. So I think that was what was the point. But Rob, I mean, this was held at a hotel, and the hotel was open to other guests, clearly. And we don't know yet when this individual checked into the hotel. But I mean, now hindsight's 2020. In this day and age, is a hotel maybe not the best place to host an event like this involving the president? What if someone brought a bomb into the hotel?
Well, there's always that possibility, and you have to weigh that.
Now they didn't let us know he was on the
president
other
doesn't need to
side.
do
Well,
anything,
informed
and
they didn't
where
let
else
us
can
know
have
that.
this, you know,
He's
obviously
allegedly a
Trump's using
front.
this to have it for his ballroom. But he still has to do things. Again, when you have a working hotel, then you just have to do things differently to the point where there's no vehicles coming in at a certain time. Just a few months ago, Prime Minister Netanyahu was down here in the Four Seasons. I had a friend that was there, and I went in, and they stopped me before I got on property. They searched my car. I was actually carrying a weapon at the time. They kind of like a little freaked out a bit. But I said, retired FBI, it's South Florida. I carry arms. And I came up to agreement to park my car across the street, lock the weapon in there, and then they searched everyone going in that hotel. So what was the difference between a foreign prime minister and the president, plus a bunch of his cabinet members and members of Congress, and they didn't even have the same levels of protection for those. So I'm a little bit misunderstanding, like, how could you have an event, like Ken said, about the State of the Union, where you're doing more for a foreign prime minister that doesn't have the same threats against him?
Not a stain on him, Zafan, not a stain on him. He made it all the way through there and didn't get not a stain, not a scratch mark. It's just, it's just something else, man. They gave us an inside look inside the hotel as well. Let's go there as we wait on Cash Patel, you know, to basically let us know what's going on. Hold on. All right, so this is an inside look, you know, as to where they were.
Sources have told CBS News that the suspect stayed somewhere here at the end of the corridor on the 10th floor of this hotel. But there's something I want you to see. Just steps away from these rooms is...
This is inside the hotel, guys.
Directly down the stairs to that terrace level where he allegedly opened fire.
He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives.
Police said the suspect exchanged fire with law enforcement. He was not hit, but a Secret Service officer.
He was not hit.
Officials told us by shotgun pellets that hit his bulletproof vest.
So right there at the dais where you see that flag, that's where President Trump was sitting. In this area here is where C-SPAN was, and it was up the stairs here.
Look inside, guys.
Just over that landing where the gunman sprinted about 20 yards from where I'm standing. There's a black drape hanging over one of the glass panels that was shot out here. And that's where he was taken down, right over there.
According to law enforcement sources, just minutes before the shooting, he posted what they described as a manifesto, writing that he was targeting Trump administration officials, quote, from highest ranking to lowest. He also appeared shocked by the security protocol, writing in part, quote, I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out
This is from the manifesto, guys.
Is nothing. He also wrote, apparently no one thought about what happens if someone checks in the day before. Still, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche framed the response to the suspect's attack as a security success.
We were all safe inside, and that's a testament to the Secret Service.
I don't see how.
Errol, I want to show you something. This ticket is all you needed to present in order to go through the magnetometers and then enter the ballroom. Nowhere in that hotel did you require an ID. Did anybody ask you for an ID? Now, the Secret Service says there's no way that they could possibly have checked every one of the 1,100 rooms in that hotel. But they do say that the ballroom itself was secure. And as evidence of that, they say that's why they kept the president there, because they did have that secured. Now, the suspect is due in federal court. He'll be arraigned later today. It's expected he will face multiple additional charges. But there is a silver lining here, Errol. That Secret Service agent who was hit, he was released from the hospital yesterday. I'm told he's doing just fine. Errol.
It's an encouraging development, Matt Gutman. We appreciate your reporting. You've been reporting ever since the event unfolded. Thank you very much.
Crazy, huh, guys? What did y'all think about that look inside and how close he actually was, you know, to making it to the president and other high-ranking officials, just running through there like that, like it was nothing, guys. It's wild, man. We waiting on Cash Patel and the FBI guys. Got about 2 more minutes, and they should be live with a press conference on their take
in fact,
of what happened the other day
at the dinner. This is just moments before the president was rushed off stage.
Trump didn't even know it was
Here with
coming.
me now is mentalist
He was busy
Owens.
talking.
Thank you so much for being here. I know you got very little sleep last night, but I just want to talk
Another
about that
witness, guy.
moment.
This is the guy that was
You
standing
are
up with that
leaning
receipt,
down,
looked like a receipt, talking
with a
to
card,
Trump.
and you.
That's
and we're
him right
playing it
there in the
now.
middle.
You're talking to looks like the first lady. The president is right next to you, and then clearly things got insane. Explain.
Yeah, I was performing right then for the president, the press secretary, and the first lady. It's kind of like a pivotal moment in the trick where you're just about to do the reveal of like, wow. And we hear commotion. And, you know, in the room, when there's commotion of that sort, you tend to think, we've been on a lot of events, is this a medical emergency? Is somebody having a heart attack? Because you heard a noise. It wasn't gunshots. I wasn't sure it was a tray. We're also higher than everyone, so we have a very good vantage point versus the thousands of people in the room. And
His boy's gone.
Everyone swarming one table. And I'm looking and trying to understand, and then you see people getting down. And I personally thought, like before I went down, I didn't hear any shots or see what looked like a shooter. I thought there was about to be a bomb. Like I really very much thought, oh my God, it's about to explode, because of the way that it was being approached. Wasn't like guns out. It was like to stop someone. So my first panic when you see in the videos, looking, and then I go down. One person next to me, I can't remember if it was Courtney, went down quicker than me. And I'm like, I got to get down. Something's about to explode. It was incredibly surreal. I get down. I kind of get down on all fours facing left, stage left. And then I watch. It feels like slow motion because of the way the adrenaline is. So there's Ouija. She was blown away and she's amazed. And then they rush across to get POTUS. And the president gets like taken down by Secret Service. And we don't know what's going on. And he came down. You can look at the video. I don't know the distance, but less than a foot away from me. I'll never forget the image for my whole life because I'm on all fours, turned like this.
All right,
they
guys.
bring the president down.
As we
directly
wait,
in
we
front of
get
me,
breaking
and
news
we just
about
look
what
at
went
each
over
other
the court,
for
guys.
about
Let's go
2
there.
seconds.
As we wait on Cash Patel and them to give us an official look, we got what's going on right now. You know, as far as Woody Water Court, what was going on in proceedings, we getting breaking news on that right now. Let's go there. It says Allen walked in wearing a blue jean and a jumpsuit, flanked by U.S. Marshals, suspect being represented by federal public defenders, guys. So he got a public defender. This is what's going
in
on in
Washington
court.
that was dealing with the event at the Washington Hilton Hotel. So the family cooperated in that way. Authorities also tell me that the sister spoke about escalating rhetoric from her brother and that the family was concerned about the way he
Cole
talked
Allen,
about
guys,
world
and
events,
he was
a
in court
variety
today
of world events
as we wait on
and
Cash and them to
national
give us
political events. We
press
know from
conference.
what others describe, he was engaged in a lot of that, had concerns about what was happening. And according to the document that we reviewed, had a sense that he needed to be the one to take action. More of that will play out. We'll have to learn more about the specifics, any mitigating facts that may come forward.
Kelly, we're now learning exactly what he was holding, according to the assistant U.S. attorney who's reading this now to the judge. A 12-gauge pump action
happening in
shotgun,
court right
a 38
now, guys.
caliber semi-automatic pistol, 3 knives, and, quote, other dangerous paraphernalia. The assistant U.S. attorney now asking the judge and requesting that there be no chance at bond for this suspect as it speaks because of the severity.
They want
of
him
the
to have
crimes.
no bond.
And speaking to that this was premeditated. It was planned before he got on that train from California to Washington, D.C., and that his intended target was to assassinate the president of the United States.
So Trump was the target.
And that will be a
guys.
case they will have to outline with specific
This is what's
information
going
as
on
they
in
learn
court right now
more
as we
from
speak.
his writings, his social media profile, interviews they conduct with family members, those who know him, some of the facts on the scene. There's ballistic evidence that is being processed. There were bullet holes in a wall at the hotel. And a reminder to our audience, this suspect did not get to the ballroom level where those 2,600 guests were assembled, including the president, vice president, first lady, and many dignitaries. He was on a floor above that in a public space that had been used as part of the general reception for all of those guests. And there were layers of barricades and metal detectors and those kinds of steps. He was seen on video running through one of those metal detectors after the event had begun and all other guests were assembled inside. He was subdued by a variety of officers there. There was a discharge of weapons. I'm told he fired his weapon and that there was return fire from law enforcement. And that is when the uniformed division Secret Service officer was struck in the vest by some projectile. And he thankfully was not injured. He certainly took the full force of that, but he was only briefly at the hospital and then released. So no injuries here. The suspect was not injured. The president was safe as well.
And Kelly, I understand now from the notes that we're getting in court, there's going to be a detention hearing now at 11 a.m. this Thursday.
Back in court on Thursday,
has
guys.
said that Mr. Allen has no prior arrests or convictions. And of course, he would say this as his attorney. He is presumed innocent at the time. It sounds like they will have this detention hearing on Thursday as long as the judge signs off on it. So it sounds, at least in this case, things are moving pretty quickly in this case.
Exactly. And that's what we expected. This type of hearing, this first appearance is very brief. No entrance of plea. The discussion of detention would come next. There would be a discussion. Is there bail? Is there not bail? The government will present its request for no bail opportunity. His defense counsel will have a chance to respond. He will now be in the custody of the U.S. Marshals. Prior to this, he'd been held by Washington Metropolitan Police prior to being charged as a federal defendant. They were able to hold him for a period of time simply on the suspicion of what happened Saturday night. There will be many steps to come and so much more to learn, Tom.
I want to bring in Tom Winter now, who covers law enforcement for us. Tom, there is so much evidence, at least from what federal investigators and Secret Service and our own reporting show, against this man right now. Talk to us about some of the key pieces that we have. There's been talk of this manifesto. There's a surveillance video of him sprinting across that initial security checkpoint, and then him, of course, on the ground in handcuffs there at the scene with weapons allegedly on him.
You know, that's right, Tom. And that evidence is pretty strong as it's been shared with us so far. It's 3 counts total here. So the key one is the attempt to assassinate the president of the United States. That does carry a life sentence if he's convicted to that, up to a life sentence. There's also
life
count 3 there,
sentence,
that
guys,
discharge
a
of a
life
firearm.
sentence.
That's
You
a
can get a
mandatory
life sentence.
minimum if he's convicted of that. What they seem to have extrapolated is some intent from that note that we've been reporting on. That's very clear, as you mentioned, a manifesto detailing the exact reasons why he was there. There's little room for interpretation. He specifically references the Trump administration and his whole game plan for how he was going to carry this out and his reasons for doing so. You've got this video that you're looking at right now, which we're going to start to see be played out shortly, where he will come running in from the left, going past the checkpoint. Here he is coming right now. You can see him dressed in all dark clothing, presumably holding a rifle there, just the way that he looks. That was as they were kind of breaking down the magnetometer and the checkpoint. Here he is lying on the ground shortly thereafter, after he's taken into custody and stripped to make sure he's got no other explosive devices on him. He is going to be held until that hearing. And one of the things that we'll get, Tom, in the coming couple of days, and presumably a lot of detail in today's complaint, once that is publicly filed to the docket, we will know more about that. But they will also file a detention memo from federal prosecutors where they can lay out some additional evidence that goes just beyond the basic requirements to bring these charges against him. And sometimes we can get a lot more information out of those filings. I will note, and some folks might point out, that there's a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 11th. That will almost assuredly not happen. He will likely be indicted by a federal grand jury well before that date. But because he's being arrested on what we call a complaint, they have to enter that date for there to be a hearing to see whether or not the evidence, weigh the evidence rather, on this complaint. But the most serious charge is the first one, the attempted assassination of the President of the United States. This is now officially the third attempted assassination against the President, Donald J. Trump. 2 attempts, of course, while he was a candidate for office.
Crazy, guys.
The third one now that he is in office that apparently occurred or allegedly occurred, according to the Justice Department, on Saturday night. Those 2 previous ones, one in Butler, Pennsylvania, Thomas Matthew Crooks, and then a second one near his golf course in Florida with Ryan Routh, who was convicted several months ago as a result of his federal trial there. Crooks, of course, was killed by a U.S. Secret Service counter sniper that was up on the roof at that incident. Unlike that first incident involving Crooks in Butler, Pennsylvania, we now have, Tom, to your point earlier, just a tremendous amount of evidence, because we have a note. With Crooks, we didn't have really any social media profile, no writings, nothing really left behind. Crooks is very clear here, as I mentioned before, and also discussed the security at the hotel. We see him there flanked by officers, this image being put out by the president on Saturday evening after he arrived back at the White House. But this is just a very different case than that. And obviously, they will continue their investigation, presumably continue to get surveillance video. Some, according to our colleagues, including Kelly O'Donnell, contains him going in through the stairwell to get down there so he's not detected in the elevator. Much more to come, Tom, I'm sure, as we continue to get these charges in.
And as we look back on those 3 assassinations attempts, this one marks the 3rd one. Tom, there's also that Pakistani man that is on trial. I believe he's still on trial, saying that Iran had hired him to kill President Trump and other administration officials as well. So
they
there have been
Trump
lots of assassination attempts against the president's life. Tom, in that manifesto, do we know if it was just an MO, if you will, right? His modus operandi, or was there also a plan of attack in there as well? Did he lay out what he wanted to do? Because I've seen some reporting out there about, administration officials were the targets in sort of an order of importance.
Hey, Helen.
That's exactly right. I mean, I think he understood, if you read this note, that this, in his eyes, was the best opportunity because he thought he could get closest to the president. That's what he says in the note. He also talks about the fact that he wanted to go after administration officials. I think he knew by the time he would get too close to where Trump was, he would have been confronted by law enforcement, but certainly was up for any sort of top officials. He interestingly, we don't know why, says that he was not going to go after the FBI director, Kash Patel, but he definitely seemed to go after administration officials. And that, big picture here, Tom, you referenced the charges against that Pakistani individual. We're not even talking about the threats that are investigated by the Secret Service, the threats that are prosecuted, let alone plots. And so now if you have individuals that think, maybe I can't get to Donald Trump, maybe I can get to other members of the Trump administration, the headache, not just for the Secret Service, but for the diplomatic security service that covers the State Department, or for the military, for the Secretary of War, just the security posture that we now have to be in. And, oh, by the way, we're in the middle of a war. It's a really complex picture here, going forward.
I want to bring in Danny Savalos. Danny, there's going to be a detention here, and we know
This
this
is
week.
the
Do you
latest
see any
and breaking
scenario where
news
this man
when
is
it comes
released
to
from federal
what
custody?
took place at that dinner, guys, involving Trump and I don't forgot his name already, Cole Allen, guys, where he was basically taken in without a scratch on him. He got bullets fired at him, didn't get hit. He is currently in court right now, and since it's federal, there's no cameras inside of the courtroom, but they're most definitely relaying to us in real time what's taking place inside the courtroom right now. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. Most definitely double tap that screen. That's how you hit the like button. If you're on a mobile device, or click the 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. That's another way to hit the like button, man. And most definitely subscribe to the channel if you're new.
Security and steps going forward. And it's really unclear how this event changes the president's schedule going forward and the events he holds, whether they be indoors or outdoors.
Yes, that's right, Tom. Look, the president has said that he wants to redo this dinner within the next 30 days or so. Right now, it's very unclear exactly how that will happen, what venue it would happen at. The White House is using this opportunity to try and make the case for why the president wants that massive ballroom that has been very controversial and has been tied up in the courts right now. That ballroom proposed to be 90,000 square feet, and the president saying private donations would cover it. It would only hold about 1,000 people, though. And as you heard earlier, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, more than 2,000 people at that event. Now, just a short time ago, we heard from Caroline Leavitt. She says this week, Secret Service, DHS, and the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, will hold a meeting to discuss security moving forward, Tom.
Gabe Gutierrez, first, I want to thank Gabe and Danny and Tom and Kelly for their coverage. This is going to conclude this NBC News special report. A reminder, we're going to be back here in about an hour for a DOJ news conference on this same incident.
In about an hour.
Of course, we'll have much more on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and a full wrap-up tonight on Nightly News.
Break on
Tom
y'all.
Yamas, we thank you for watching.
Not about an hour. I thought they said, they was going to be done just here in a second. It was scheduled for 1 o'clock. It's 1:13. You talking about an hour. That's 2 o'clock. Lord have mercy. Ooh, man. Look, if they don't know the evil that lurks behind Trump, I think Trump is just the face. Already, man. You know what I'm saying? Look. I don't know about no I don't know about another hour now. We might can take a break and come back. Yeah, it was scheduled for 1 o'clock. It's well past 1 o'clock now, and they still haven't started in the court. Now they put another 46 minutes on it. I tell y'all what, man, we just gonna come back in another 46 minutes because I've been on here for almost 4 hours already. So make sure you subscribe to the channel, guys. Subscribe, if you have not, that way you don't miss anything when I go live. Make sure you turn your notification bell on to all, guys. I was only supposed to be here till 11 o'clock. I done stayed past the time I was supposed to be here. So if you haven't hit that like button, hit that like button, and I'll come back within the next hour. And we'll watch Kash Patel and what they have to say about this entire situation as well. You know what I'm saying? We'll come back and we'll see what Kash Patel is talking about, him and the FBI, when it comes to this case, guys. So if you're not subscribed to my channel, make sure you subscribe, turn your notification bell on to all. And if you just so happen to not get a notification, man, I'll be right back here at like 2 o'clock. Today, here in a second, 2 o'clock, I'll be back in here. We'll see what Kash Patel has to say about this entire situation. But we found out that Cole was a teacher. He invented a wheelchair brake at one point to where he was on the news before. He has no criminal history, guys. He was able to get through the first set of security at that hotel, simply by sprinting past the security guys. Wind up making it past a lot of them. He took a shot at one of the Secret Service agents, hit him in the chest, but the agent was fine due to he had on a vest, and he was tackled to the ground and basically That's how they got him. They shot at him. He didn't take not one bullet. I think that's crazy. We had a host of people there. I showed y'all Caroline Leavitt basically predicting the gunshots before the gunshots even went off. I also showed y'all the scientists, man, because it's now 13 missing scientists out there somewhere that they're looking for, trying to find at this time right here that they cannot find, guys. Some are unalive and some are simply missing. They most definitely all were involved in aerospace technology type situations, NASA, you know, companies like that. And they just mysteriously, some of them came up missing, leaving some of their most valued belongings at the house, like a phone. Who goes on a hike and leave your phone at home? You know, everybody take their phone everywhere these days, but a lot of them left their phones at home. One of the generals, it's a general missing as well, and he had a firearm, but hey, he left his phone at home. He didn't return either. There's also a reported incident where one of the scientists was out with their friends, guys, and they at 1 second they were looking at him and the scientist was there. They turned away, looked back, vanished without a trace, man. I don't know what's going on with the scientists, but we most definitely covered that too. We also touched on a little bit of what's going on in Iran as we speak. Iranians are ready to make a deal to open up the Strait of Hormuz, guys. So yeah, it's a lot going on in news, man. This is your brand of entertainment. You like this, make sure you come back and see me at 2, man. We're gonna be covering what Cash Patel has to say about all of this. Shout out to my old subscribers as well as my new subscribers. Shout out to my members, my old ones as well as the new ones. If you would like to support the channel by grabbing a membership, you can simply go to any video on this channel, look in the description box. It's a clickable link there that says join. You most definitely can join the channel that way and become a member of the Sidewalk, guys. Shout out to my moderators. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. I know sometimes it get intense with all these differences of opinions going through the chat. Shout out to y'all for keeping smooth, keeping the chat running smooth. And with that being said, Sidewalk gang, checking out. I catch y'all at 2 p.m. We'll be back with Cash Patel and the FBI announcing the charges that this guy, you know, will be facing. We just learned from the news just a second ago that he could potentially be facing an unalive sentence or being locked up for the rest of his life. So we'll have to see what kind of charges they put on him. But I'll see y'all then at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Holla at your boy, man. Gone.